I need to share this message that's coming through so strongly right now. My guides are literally pushing me to speak about this divine feminine energy that's been holding such powerful silence lately. I know exactly who I'm talking to. You've been keeping your truth to yourself, staying quiet, and it's creating this intense reaction in someone around you that you might not even be aware of. The energy I'm picking up is so specific. This masculine energy in your life, they're completely consumed with thoughts of you, but their ego is keeping them from reaching out. You know who this is. You've probably been feeling their energy, maybe even dreaming about them recently, or seeing repeated numbers like 1111 that remind you of them. What's fascinating is that your silence isn't just silence to them. It's speaking volumes, and it's driving them absolutely crazy. I'm being shown this image of someone checking their phone over and over, starting to write messages to you and then deleting them. There's this intense battle happening within them between their pride and what they really want to say to you. And while this is happening, your guides are revealing something so important about the shadows they're trying to hide from you. What's really interesting is that I'm sensing you've been feeling watched lately, like someone's thinking about you intensely. Maybe you've been getting this urge to check your social media, feeling like you might find a message from them. This isn't just in your head. There's a real energetic connection happening here. I'm getting such strong confirmation that this period of silence isn't just random. It's divinely guided. Your intuition led you to this quiet space, and it's doing exactly what it needs to do. This masculine energy is being forced to sit with their own thoughts, their own shadows, and I'm seeing how it's bringing up all these hidden emotions they've been trying to avoid. The devil energy is so present here, showing me their internal struggle with obsession and control. What's really fascinating is that just before the silence, there was this feeling of being trapped. Like neither of you could really say what you wanted to say. The energy was so thick with unspoken words. And now this silence is actually speaking louder than any words could. The energy I'm feeling right now is so intense. And what's really fascinating is how this masculine's world is literally crumbling around them. I keep seeing this image of a tower made of glass, and it's like your silence has become this sonic wave that's causing cracks in every single piece. They're trying so hard to hold on to their control, but it's slipping through their fingers like sand. Looking at the Emperor card that just came forward, and wow, it's reversed. This is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. When this card shows up upside down like this, it's showing me someone who's desperately trying to maintain this image of being in control, but internally, they're absolutely falling apart. I'm getting this really strong message that they're having trouble focusing at work, maybe even making mistakes they normally wouldn't make. It's like their carefully constructed mask is starting to crack. They're experiencing this really intense internal battle right now. On one side, there's this deep, almost primal urge to reach out to you, to just let go of all this control and be vulnerable. But then there's their ego still trying to maintain this image of being unbothered, of being the one in control. I'm actually seeing them picking up their phone at really odd hours, maybe around 3 a.m., almost sending you a message, but then talking themselves out of it what's really interesting is how your silence is affecting them physically. I'm getting this really clear image of them having trouble sleeping, tossing, and turning, your face just appearing in their mind when they're trying to focus on important things. They might be in the middle of a meeting and suddenly they're thinking about that time you laughed at something they said or the way you looked at them when they weren't expecting it. The thing about this Emperor energy in reverse is that it's actually a blessing in disguise. See, for this connection to move forward in the way it's meant to, their old way of being, this rigid, controlled persona, it has to break down. It's like they're in this cocoon right now, and it's uncomfortable and dark and scary for them, but it's necessary for their transformation. I'm sensing they might be acting out in really subtle ways, maybe being more short-tempered with people around them or changing their routine in weird ways. They might be driving past places that remind them of you or finding themselves in spots where they think they might run into you. But here's what's really powerful. Your guides are showing me that this person actually deeply admires your strength. They're watching how you carry yourself in this silence, and it's teaching them something about true power. Their ego is literally being dismantled by your silence. And while it's causing them this intense discomfort, it's exactly what needs to happen. I'm seeing them trying to distract themselves with work or maybe even other people, but nothing's working. It's like everything they try to use to avoid these feelings is just making them more aware of what they're trying to avoid. The more they try to maintain control, the more it slips away. And that's exactly what Spirit wants right now. And just as I'm seeing all of this unfold about their struggling control, the Tower card comes flying out of the deck. And honestly, I got chills. This is such a powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. The Tower represents those moments when everything we thought was stable just comes crashing down. And that's exactly what's happening to this masculine's carefully built walls right now. Your silence is literally acting like an earthquake to their foundation. I'm getting this really strong image of them sitting at their desk at work, maybe in the middle of an important task, and suddenly being hit with this overwhelming wave of emotion they can't explain. They're not used to feeling this out of control, and it's really throwing them off balance. I mean, we're talking about someone who probably prides themselves on being the one who has it all figured out, who always knows what to say and do. But here's what's so fascinating. Your guides are showing me that this person has a really analytical mind. They're used to solving problems with logic, with strategy. But these feelings, these intense emotions your silence is bringing up, they can't be solved with logic. And it's driving them absolutely crazy. I'm seeing them literally pacing back and forth in their space, trying to figure out why they can't just think their way out of these feelings. The thing is, they keep seeing signs that remind them of you. Maybe it's songs on the radio, or they keep seeing your favorite color everywhere, or the number 8 keeps showing up in their life. And each time this happens, it's like another crack appears in their armor. They're trying so hard to maintain this image of being unbothered, but internally, they're obsessing over every little detail of your last interactions. I'm actually getting this really strong message about their sleep patterns being completely disrupted. They might be waking up at odd hours, like 3 a.m., with this overwhelming urge to reach out to you. But their ego steps in every single time, telling them they need to maintain control, that they can't show weakness. But here's the thing. This tower moment, it's actually a blessing. It's the universe literally forcing them to face all these emotions they've been trying so hard to suppress. Their guides are showing me that this person is actually going through a massive spiritual awakening, even if they don't realize it yet. All these uncomfortable feelings, all this obsessive thinking about you, it's actually pushing them towards a deeper understanding of themselves. They're being forced to question everything they thought they knew about relationships, about vulnerability, about what real strength looks like. What's really interesting is that I'm seeing them having these unexpected emotional outbursts. Maybe they're snapping at people at work or getting unusually emotional over small things. It's like all these suppressed feelings are finding ways to leak out, even though they're trying so hard to keep everything contained. The pressure is building, and this tower moment we're seeing, it's showing that a big release is coming. And you know what's really fascinating about these emotional outbursts they're having? The Hermit card just came forward, and it's showing me that they're being forced into this deep, uncomfortable self-reflection, whether they like it or not. Your silence has literally pushed them into a spiritual timeout. I'm seeing them alone in their room late at night, just sitting there with all these thoughts they can't escape from anymore. This masculine is used to being the emperor, right? Always in control, always having the answers. But now that emperor energy is all backwards. It's completely flipped on its head. They're realizing that all their usual ways of handling things just aren't working anymore. It's like they keep trying to use their old playbook, but none of the plays are working. Especially that whole, I'll just pretend I don't care strategy they usually rely on. The Devil card is really highlighting this obsessive energy they're dealing with. It's like their mind has become this maze they can't find their way out of. They're thinking about you when they wake up, when they're in meetings. I'm literally seeing them zoning out during important conversations because they're replaying moments with you in their head. They keep doing this thing where they drive past places that remind them of you, making up these random excuses about why they need to take that particular route. Your guides are showing me something really interesting. It's like this person has two different battles going on inside them. On one side, there's this logical, strategic mind that's always served them so well in the past. But on the other side, there's this emotional tsunami that keeps washing over them, and no amount of logical thinking can stop it. I'm seeing them literally getting up from their desk at work and having to go somewhere private because these waves of emotion are so intense. The Hermit is showing me that between 3 and 4 in the morning, they're wide awake, just staring at their phone, desperately wanting to reach out to you. The numbers 8 and 5 keep showing up in their life, maybe on clocks, receipts, phone numbers, and each time it's like a little nudge from the universe reminding them of you. Their guides are really trying to get through to them, showing them that this journey isn't about maintaining control. It's about learning to surrender to these feelings. What's really profound is that this silence from you isn't just triggering their abandonment wounds. It's forcing them to question their whole identity. They've always seen themselves as this protector, this provider, this person who has it all figured out. But now they're realizing that maybe strength isn't about having all the answers. Maybe real strength is about being brave enough to be vulnerable. I'm getting this really clear message that they're starting to understand something deep down, that all this control they thought they had was just an illusion. Your silence is teaching them more than your words ever could. It's like watching someone try to hold onto sand. The tighter they grip, the more it slips through their fingers. And that's exactly what their guides want them to understand. They need to stop trying to strategize their way through this and start leading with their heart. And it's really amazing because I'm seeing them trying to maintain this strategic mindset, but the star card just fell out of the deck while I was shuffling, and it's showing me something so profound about their journey right now. This isn't just about them missing you or being in their head. This is about a complete transformation of who they thought they were. The star card is all about hope and healing, but what's really interesting is how it's connecting with that devil energy we saw earlier. It's like watching someone try to solve an emotional problem with a calculator. It just doesn't work that way. Their analytical mind, which has always been their superpower in every other area of life, has become their biggest roadblock in this connection. I'm getting such a strong message about their role as both a student and a teacher in this journey. They came into your life thinking they had all these lessons to teach, but now they're realizing they're actually the student here. The star is showing me how they're struggling with this flip in roles. Their ego keeps telling them, you're supposed to be the one with all the answers, but their soul is whispering, it's time to learn something new. You know what's really interesting? I keep seeing them checking their phone late at night, especially between 3 and 4 a.m. It's like their soul is wide awake during these spiritual hours, but their mind is fighting so hard to stay in control. They're seeing the numbers 5 and 8 everywhere. On clocks, license plates, receipts, and each time it's like a little reminder from the universe about this connection. They're trying so hard to maintain this image of success and control on the outside. But I'm feeling this energy of someone who's achieved everything they thought they wanted, yet they're lying awake at night feeling completely stuck. It's like they're finally realizing that all their external achievements can't fill this internal void that your presence in their life revealed. The star card is really emphasizing this theme of vulnerability. I'm seeing them sitting in their car, maybe in a parking lot or outside their home, just sitting there with all these emotions they don't know how to process. They've spent so long being the protector, the provider, the person who fixes everything, but now they're learning that sometimes the strongest thing you can do is admit that you don't have all the answers. Your guides are showing me how their obsession with maintaining control is really just a mask for this deep, deep fear of rejection. Every time they see you post something on social media, it triggers this whole internal storm. They want to reach out so badly, but then their ego jumps in with all these reasons why they shouldn't. It's like watching someone try to protect themselves from pain by causing themselves even more pain. The star's energy is really highlighting how this surrender they're going through isn't just about your connection. It's about their whole relationship with themselves. Their practical, logical side is being asked to make room for something much deeper and more spiritual. I can feel how uncomfortable this is for them, but it's exactly the growth they need. And speaking of their relationship with themselves, I just felt this intense pull to grab another card. The Knight of Swords just flew out of the deck, and wow, this really shows what's happening in their shadow self right now. This Knight brings such rushed, anxious energy. It's like watching someone pace back and forth in their mind, constantly rehearsing conversations they want to have with you, but never actually saying the words out loud. You know how sometimes you can feel someone thinking about you? That's exactly what's happening here. Their thoughts are so loud, they're practically screaming in the spiritual realm. But here's what's really interesting. This Knight of Swords is showing up right after we saw the Devil card and that Eight of Swords earlier. It's painting this really clear picture of someone who's basically trapped in their own mental prison, but instead of trying to find the door, they're trying to think their way through the walls. I'm getting this really strong image of them sitting at their desk at work, maybe in a meeting or trying to focus on something important, but their mind keeps drifting back to you. They're probably the type who's always been praised for being smart, for having all the answers, for being able to figure things out. But now they're facing something they can't solve with logic, and it's driving them absolutely crazy. I'm actually feeling this weird pressure in my chest right now. It's like their energy is showing me how frustrated they are. They're used to being 10 steps ahead of everyone else, but with you, they can't even figure out the first step. Your silence is like this puzzle they can't crack. And it's bringing up all these deep fears they've never had to face before. The guides are showing me how they're literally making excuses to be in places where they might run into you, maybe going to that coffee shop you like, or taking the long way home past places you used to go together. But here's the thing, they're trying to make it seem casual, like it's just a coincidence. That Knight of Swords energy is all about this rushed, almost desperate energy to make something happen, but their ego is still trying to maintain this image of being totally in control. They're checking their phone constantly, not just for messages from you, but almost like they're hoping the universe will send them some kind of sign. It's actually kind of ironic because the signs are everywhere, but they're so caught up in their analytical mind that they're missing them completely. You know those moments when you keep seeing the same numbers over and over? They're experiencing that, but they're trying to find some logical explanation instead of accepting the spiritual significance. What's really fascinating is how this Knight of Swords is showing me their internal battle. On one side, there's this intense urge to charge forward, to break through every barrier, to finally say everything they've been holding back. But on the other side, there's this paralyzing fear of losing control, of being vulnerable, of admitting that maybe they don't have everything figured out after all. And speaking of that battle between charging forward and staying in control, I just pulled the Moon card. And wow, the timing of this couldn't be more perfect. This really shows what's happening in those quiet moments when they're alone with their thoughts, especially during those late night hours. You know those times between 2 and 4 a.m. when everything feels more intense. That's exactly when their thoughts about you are the strongest. The Moon is showing me how their logical mind is literally at war with their emotions right now. Remember that Devil card we saw earlier? It's like these two energies are dancing together, showing how they're completely caught up in this obsessive thinking about you. During the day, they might be able to keep it together, maintain that Emperor energy we saw reversed earlier. You know, trying to hold on to any sense of control they can. But at night, that's when everything they're trying so hard to suppress comes rushing to the surface. I'm actually getting chills right now because I'm being shown how they've been experiencing these really intense emotional moments when they think nobody's watching. Maybe they're in their car and a song comes on that reminds them of you, and suddenly they're fighting back tears. Or they're lying in bed, staring at their phone, and before they know it, they've scrolled through your social media for the 100th time that day. This moon energy, combined with that earlier 8 of Swords we saw, it's like they're trapped in this cycle of wanting to reach out, but being completely paralyzed by their own fears. Their guides are showing me how they're actually creating these elaborate scenarios in their mind about what would happen if they did contact you. But each time they get close to actually doing it, their ego steps in with all these what ifs and reasons why they shouldn't. I'm feeling this really strong message coming through about how they're struggling with these unexpected waves of emotion. They might be in the middle of something totally normal, like grabbing coffee or working out, and suddenly they're hit with this overwhelming urge to drive past places that remind them of you. The moon card is revealing how these aren't just random impulses. These are actually their deeper feelings trying to break through all those walls they've built up. What's really interesting is how the guides are showing me that this silence between you two isn't just about communication. It's actually serving a bigger purpose. You see, the moon card appears when we're being asked to face our shadows, our deepest fears. And right now your silence is forcing them to face parts of themselves they've always been able to avoid before. They're realizing that all their usual ways of staying in control, their logical thinking, their strategic planning, none of it works when it comes to matters of the heart. I am seeing repeating numbers around them, especially 222 and 444. These are actually divine messages trying to tell them that this uncomfortable period of shadow work is exactly what they need for their spiritual growth. But here's the thing. They're so stuck in their analytical mindset that they're probably brushing these signs off as coincidences. Your guides are showing me that this person literally needs to break down completely before they can build themselves back up in a more authentic way. And it's really fascinating because just as I'm seeing all of these intense emotions surfacing in them, the Magician card comes forward with this incredibly powerful message. Now, this is so interesting when we connect it to what we were just talking about with their emotional breakdown, because the Magician is showing me that all of this internal chaos they're experiencing isn't just random. It's actually preparing them to step into a whole new level of their personal power. I'm feeling such strong energy around how they're starting to realize that their usual way of handling things, that analytical strategic approach we saw with the Devil card and 8 of Swords, it's just not working anymore. It's like watching someone try to solve an emotional puzzle with a logical calculator. The guides are showing me how they're sitting in meetings at work, trying to focus on important presentations or projects, but suddenly finding themselves completely overwhelmed with unexpected emotions about you. There's this really specific message coming through about them driving home from work. And I keep seeing them taking these accidental detours past places that remind them of you. Maybe it's a coffee shop you used to go to together or a park where you shared important moments. And every time this happens, they try to rationalize it. But deep down, they know these aren't accidents at all. The magician is revealing something really profound here. All those protective walls they built, all those strategic thinking patterns they've relied on, they're actually being transformed into something much more powerful. It's like watching a warrior learning that true strength isn't about control at all. It's about surrender. I'm seeing the number 888 appearing around them repeatedly, especially on clocks and receipts. And this is a divine message about their power being transformed. You know what's really interesting? I'm getting this very clear image of them waking up around 3 a.m. night after night. There's this restless energy that's making it impossible for them to sleep. And during these quiet hours, they're being forced to face all these emotions they've been trying so hard to suppress. The magician is showing me that these sleepless nights aren't just insomnia. They're actually sacred moments of transformation. The guides are really emphasizing how your silence isn't just affecting them on a surface level. It's literally rewiring how their brain processes emotions. Where they once saw vulnerability as weakness, they're starting to understand that true power comes from being honest with their feelings. It's like watching someone who's always relied on a sword and shield suddenly learning that their greatest strength comes from laying down their weapons. I'm hearing this really clear message about how they've been catching themselves looking at their phone, wanting to reach out, but their ego keeps coming up with all these reasons why they shouldn't. But here's what's fascinating. Every time they resist reaching out, it actually intensifies their inner transformation. Your silence is teaching them lessons that your words never could. The magician is showing me that they're literally being rebuilt from the inside out, learning to balance their natural protective instincts with this new understanding of emotional wisdom. What's really powerful is how all these synchronicities are showing up in their life. Songs that remind them of you playing at the most unexpected moments, seeing things that remind them of inside jokes you shared, even random conversations with strangers, somehow circling back to topics that make them think of you. But instead of seeing these as just coincidences like they used to, they're starting to recognize them as mirrors reflecting back their own need for emotional honesty. And what's really powerful is how these synchronicities are actually leading them to this massive breakthrough I'm seeing with the Ace of Swords energy coming forward. It's like all those little signs and reminders of you were actually breadcrumbs leading them to this moment of crystal clear truth. This Ace of Swords is showing me they're starting to cut through all their own mental noise, all those excuses and rationalizations they've been hiding behind. I keep seeing them sitting at their desk at work, maybe in a really important meeting, and suddenly being hit with this overwhelming realization about how they've been lying to themselves. The guides are showing me that they're really struggling with this internal battle. Their logical mind is desperately trying to make sense of all these spiritual experiences they're having, but it's like trying to measure love with a ruler. It just doesn't work that way. What's really interesting is how this connects back to that devil energy we saw earlier. They've been so caught up in these obsessive thought patterns, constantly analyzing every interaction they ever had with you, replaying conversations in their head. I'm seeing them actually making notes in their phone, trying to piece together some kind of logical explanation for why they can't get you off their mind. But here's the thing, the more they try to control these thoughts, the more they slip through their fingers. The Eight of Swords is really emphasizing this mental prison they've built for themselves. I'm getting such a strong message about how they're starting to realize that all these limitations, all these reasons why they can't reach out to you, they created them all. The guides are showing me how they keep drafting messages to you and then deleting them, or picking up their phone to call and then talking themselves out of it. It's like they're tied up in these invisible ropes of their own making. And then we have this reversed Emperor energy, which is really fascinating because it's showing me how their whole world of control is crumbling. They've always been the one in charge, always known exactly what to do. But now they're realizing that all that control was just an illusion. I'm seeing them in their car, gripping the steering wheel, literally shaking because they can't control these feelings anymore. The guides want me to tell you something really specific. If you've been feeling this strong urge to protect their privacy, to not share what you know about them with others, that's actually a divine message. They're going through this really intense period of ego dissolution, and your silence is actually creating this sacred space for them to fall apart and rebuild themselves. I keep hearing this message about 333. They might be seeing this number a lot, especially during those sleepless nights when they're tossing and turning, thinking about reaching out to you. This number is a sign from their guides about alignment and divine timing. They're being shown that this struggle, this internal battle between their ego and their heart, it's all part of a bigger plan for their spiritual growth. The Ace of Swords is really highlighting how they're starting to see through their own illusions. It's like they're finally understanding that all this analytical thinking, all these attempts to stay in control, it's actually been their way of avoiding their true feelings. They're beginning to recognize that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply surrender to what you feel. And now with this moon card coming through so powerfully alongside that crumbling emperor energy, I'm really feeling how deeply this silence is affecting them. It's like their whole inner world is being turned upside down. The guides are showing me this image of someone trying to hold on to sand. The tighter they grip, the more it slips through their fingers. That's exactly what's happening with their control right now. The Queen of Pentacles just fell out of the deck as I was shuffling, and wow, this is such a revealing energy. What I'm seeing here is this really nurturing, caring side of them that they've been desperately trying to hide. They're actually someone who wants to take care of you, to provide stability and comfort, but they're terrified of showing this softer side. I keep hearing, what if they think I'm weak? It's like they're caught between who they really are and who they think they need to be. I'm getting such a strong message about their driving habits lately. For those of you this resonates with, they've been finding themselves taking the long way home, specifically between 5 and 7 in the evening. They're passing by places that remind them of you, maybe a coffee shop you used to go to or a park you once walked through together. The guides are showing me they're not even doing this consciously sometimes. It's like their soul is literally pulling them toward these memories. There's this really interesting pattern I'm seeing with the number 888. Every time they think about reaching out to you, this number seems to pop up somewhere on a clock, a license plate, a receipt. It's like their guides are trying to tell them something, but their logical mind keeps dismissing these signs as coincidences. What's really fascinating is this unexpected ally that's shown up in their life. I'm seeing someone, possibly a coworker or maybe even a family member they weren't particularly close to before, who's been giving them relationship advice. They didn't ask for this guidance, but somehow this person just knows what they're going through. It's like the universe planted this helper in their path. The Knight of Swords energy is so present here, showing me how their thoughts are just racing, constantly battling between reaching out and holding back. They're having these intense dreams lately, dreams that take them back to their childhood, showing them patterns they've been carrying for years about vulnerability and strength. I'm seeing them waking up in the middle of the night, feeling this overwhelming urge to message you, but then that Emperor energy kicks in, telling them they need to maintain control. There's this sudden interest they've developed in spiritual topics, which is completely out of character for them. They might be Googling things like meaning of recurring numbers or spiritual awakening symptoms late at night. The guides are showing me they're even starting to reorganize their living space, like they're unconsciously trying to create order in their external world because their internal world feels so chaotic. The Queen of Pentacles is really emphasizing this hidden, nurturing side of them. They've got all these practical plans for how they could take care of you, provide for you, create stability with you. But this vulnerability, it's like kryptonite to them. They're realizing that true strength isn't about never showing weakness. It's about having the courage to be seen fully, but this understanding is coming through so much internal resistance. This vulnerability they're experiencing is actually opening up something so much deeper within them. I just pulled the King of Pentacles and immediately I'm getting this powerful message about their shadow self. It's like watching someone who's always worn a business suit, suddenly realizing they're also meant to wear ceremonial robes, if that makes sense. There's this whole spiritual side of them that's been dormant, hidden behind their material success. You know, it's really interesting because with this King of Pentacles showing up right after that High Priestess energy we saw earlier, it's showing me how your silence has become like this spiritual teacher for them. There's someone who's always prided themselves on having everything figured out, always knowing the next strategic move. But now they're experiencing these moments of just knowing things without understanding how they know them. It's freaking them out a little bit, if I'm being honest. I'm seeing them sitting in their office or workspace, somewhere that usually feels very comfortable and in control for them. But lately, they've been getting these random flashes of insight about situations. Like they'll suddenly understand why a business deal from 3 years ago went wrong, or they'll know exactly what advice to give to someone without even thinking about it. It's like their practical mind is transforming into this spiritual compass, but they're really struggling to accept this new part of themselves. Part of the guides are showing me they've been seeing the numbers 4 and 8 everywhere lately, maybe on digital clocks, receipts, phone numbers. And each time it happens, they get this weird feeling in their stomach, like their body is trying to tell them something their mind isn't ready to hear yet. Some of you might notice they've even started talking differently, bringing up topics about meaning and purpose that seem completely out of character for them. What's really fascinating is I'm being shown old journals or writings of theirs. Some of you might not even know they kept these, but they've been going back to them recently and finding wisdom in their own words that they didn't recognize before. It's like they're discovering they've always had this sage energy within them, but they've been too focused on material success to notice it. Their obsession with your silence isn't just about missing you or wanting control. It's actually forcing them to sit with themselves in a way they've never had to before. The devil card we saw earlier connects so perfectly with this, showing how they're breaking free from their own material obsessions. They're starting to realize that all their achievements, all their external success, it feels hollow without this deeper spiritual connection they're just beginning to tap into. They're finding themselves drawn to quiet spaces lately, maybe even considering meditation or some form of spiritual practice, but they're keeping it very private. There's this internal battle happening between the practical provider they've always been and this emerging spiritual seeker they're discovering within themselves. The Eight of Swords energy shows how they're really stuck in their own head about this transformation. And you know what's really powerful about this Eight of Swords energy we were just looking at? As I sit with it more deeply, I'm being drawn to pull the Hermit card, and wow, this is exactly what I was feeling. This person who's always been the advisor, the one people come to for answers, they're being forced into this really deep soul-searching moment. It's like they're finally turning that analytical spotlight inward, and let me tell you, it's shaking them to their core. I keep seeing this image of someone sitting at a desk late at night, surrounded by all these papers or maybe even spreadsheets, trying to make sense of emotions the same way they'd analyze a business problem. But the guides are showing me so clearly this isn't something they can solve with their usual strategies. The Emperor showing up in reverse right next to the Hermit is really highlighting this whole situation. It's like watching someone who's always been the boss, always in control, suddenly realizing that control was just an illusion. You know what's really interesting? I'm getting this really strong message that between 2 and 4 in the morning, they're having these moments of complete clarity. It's like their analytical mind finally gets tired enough to let their intuition speak. Some of you might even notice they're sending work emails at weird hours, or maybe they're being spotted online at times they'd usually be sleeping. That's because their mind is working overtime, trying to process all of this. The Devil card is coming through with such an interesting energy here. Usually people get scared when they see this card, but in this case, it's actually showing me something beautiful. All these obsessive thoughts they're having about you and your silence, it's actually their ticket to freedom. Every time they try to figure you out, every time they make another mental list of possible reasons why you're being quiet, they're actually getting closer to this huge spiritual breakthrough. I'm seeing them starting to look up things they would have laughed at just a few months ago. Maybe they're secretly watching videos about spirituality, or they're finding themselves drawn to books about personal growth. Some of them might even be looking up the meaning of numbers, especially 5 and 8. Because these numbers keep showing up in their life like little cosmic nudges. there's something really profound happening with their identity right now. This person who's always been the steady provider, the practical voice of reason, they're realizing that being vulnerable doesn't make them weak. It's actually making them stronger in a way they never expected. But they're really struggling with this because how do you stay the reliable, practical protector while also admitting you're completely lost in these deep emotional waters? The guides are showing me that this person is like a master chess player who's suddenly being asked to play with their eyes closed, all their usual strategies, all their careful planning. It's not working anymore, and that's exactly what needs to happen, because sometimes the wisest thing a teacher can do is become the student again. And you know what's really fascinating about this spiritual awakening they're going through? It's like their whole world is split right down the middle right now. The Two of Swords just fell out of the deck, and it's showing me exactly how they're feeling. Completely torn between two completely different parts of themselves. One part is this logical, put together person who wants to keep everything under control. And the other part is this emotional mess that they're trying so hard to hide from everyone, especially from you. I'm getting such a clear picture of them sitting at their desk at work, maybe in some important meeting, but their mind keeps drifting off to you. They're probably nodding along, pretending to pay attention, but inside, they're replaying every little moment, every conversation, trying to figure out what they could have done differently. The guides are showing me they might even be making little mistakes they'd never usually make, like sending emails to the wrong person or forgetting about appointments. It's like their usually sharp mind is just somewhere else. And here's what's really interesting. The Devil card that we saw earlier, it's connecting so powerfully with this Two of Swords energy. It's like watching someone try to fight against quicksand. The more they try to control these thoughts about you, the deeper they sink into them. I'm seeing them checking their phone way more than usual, maybe even looking at old messages or photos when they think nobody's watching. The guides are showing me they might be having trouble sleeping, especially around 3 or 4 in the morning. That's when all these thoughts they're trying to push down during the day come flooding in. You know what's really getting to them? The silence. Your silence is like this mirror that's forcing them to look at parts of themselves they've been avoiding for years. With the Moon card's energy still so strong here, all these hidden feelings, all these deeper truths they've been trying to ignore, they're all bubbling up to the surface. They might be having these really vivid dreams about you, or keep seeing things that remind them of you everywhere they go. I'm being shown this image of someone trying to solve a puzzle, but half the pieces are missing. That's how they feel right now, like they can't make sense of anything anymore. Their usual way of thinking, their normal problem-solving skills, none of it's working. And it's driving them absolutely crazy because they're used to having all the answers, used to being the one in control. The guides want you to know something really important, this internal battle they're going through. It's exactly what needs to happen. Every time they try to push these feelings down, every time they stop themselves from reaching out to you, it's actually making these feelings grow stronger. It's like watching someone try to hold their breath underwater. Sooner or later, they're going to have to come up for air. Some of you might notice them doing little things, maybe liking old social media posts, or showing up in places where they might run into you. They're trying to maintain this image of being totally fine, totally in control, but underneath, they're absolutely consumed by thoughts of you and everything that's left unsaid between you. And you know what's really powerful about these little signs they keep trying to ignore? The universe is literally screaming at them through synchronicities. Just as I'm saying this, the Four of Cups reversed falls out of the deck, and wow, this energy is so clear. It's like they're finally starting to wake up and see all these opportunities for connection they've been blind to. But here's the thing, their mind, that strategic analytical part of them, it's becoming their biggest roadblock right now. I'm feeling such strong energy around the early morning hours, especially between 3 and 4 a.m. If you've been waking up around this time, or if they've mentioned being restless during these hours, this is a huge confirmation. The guides are showing me they're experiencing what we call the dark night of the soul. It's this really intense period where everything they thought they knew about themselves is being turned upside down. The Devil card is still having such a strong influence here, working with that Emperor reversed energy we saw earlier. It's like watching someone try to hold onto sand. The tighter they grip, the more it slips through their fingers. They're literally obsessing over every little detail, every moment of silence between you. But what's really interesting is how this Eight of Swords energy is playing out. They've built this mental prison for themselves, telling themselves stories about why they can't reach out, why they need to stay in control. I'm seeing them doing these really specific things, like suddenly getting in their car and finding themselves driving past places that remind them of you. They probably don't even realize they're doing it half the time. The numbers 4 and 8 keep showing up in their life, maybe on clocks, receipts, phone numbers, and each time it happens, it's like a little punch in the gut, reminding them of what they're trying to avoid. Their guides are showing me that they're having these unexpected emotional moments, maybe even breaking down when they're alone. It's so different from their usual controlled self. They might be sitting in meetings, trying to focus on work, but their mind keeps drifting back to all the things left unsaid between you. It's like their heart is finally starting to crack open that logical exterior they've hidden behind for so long. The Four of Cups reversed is really highlighting something important here. They're starting to realize what they've been missing by staying in this rigid, controlled state. You know those moments when you suddenly understand something that should have been obvious all along. That's what they're going through right now. All these walls they've built, all these defenses, they're starting to see how these very things that were meant to protect them are actually keeping them from what they really want. The guides want you to know that this isn't just about them missing you or regretting their silence. This is about a much deeper spiritual awakening. All this resistance, all this control they're trying to maintain, it's actually part of their soul's journey toward authentic expression. Every time they check their phone, hoping to see a message from you, every time they stop themselves from reaching out, it's all part of this bigger lesson about vulnerability and surrender. And you know what's fascinating about this spiritual awakening they're going through? The King of Swords energy just showed up in the shadow position, and it's telling such a powerful story about how their mind is working against them right now. They're trying so hard to think their way through their feelings, to analyze every moment of silence between you, but it's like trying to catch water with a net. It just keeps slipping through. I'm getting such a clear message about how they're spending their days. They're throwing themselves into work, into being busy, into anything that makes them feel like they're in control. But underneath all that busyness, their thoughts keep circling back to you. The guides are showing me how they keep drafting messages to you, maybe on their phone, maybe just in their head, and then deleting them or talking themselves out of sending them. It's like watching someone fight with their own shadow. This connection between the Devil card we saw earlier and this King of Swords is really telling. Their analytical mind is basically working overtime, trying to rationalize these really deep emotional wounds that are coming up. I keep seeing them checking their phone, scrolling through social media, looking for any hint of what you're thinking or feeling. But here's what's really interesting. Every time they do this, the universe sends them these little signs, songs that remind them of you start playing randomly. They keep seeing the numbers 4 and 8 everywhere, on clocks, license plates, receipts. It's like the universe is trying to shake them awake. The Eight of Swords energy is so strong here, working with that reversed emperor we saw earlier. They've built this perfect little cage of logic and reason, but it's starting to feel more like a prison. I'm feeling this really intense energy around 2 to 4 in the morning. If you've been feeling pulled to wake up during these hours, this is such a confirmation. That's when their mental defenses are lowest, when all these thoughts they're trying to suppress during the day come flooding in. What's really powerful is how all these cards are showing this transformation from being stuck in their head to finally letting their heart lead. Their guides are showing me that this isn't just about them missing you or thinking about you. This is about them learning to integrate their heart and mind in a whole new way. Every time they catch themselves checking your social media or making excuses to stay busy, it's actually pushing them closer to this breakthrough. They're starting to realize that all this strategic thinking, all this planning and analyzing, it's just their ego trying to maintain control. But the real growth, the real transformation happens when they finally let go of needing to understand everything logically. The guides are showing me that every song that reminds them of you, every synchronistic number they see, it's all part of this divine plan to help them move from being this silent protector to someone who can actually communicate their feelings. The energy here is so clear. They're being called to surrender this intellectual control they've been clinging to. But what's really beautiful about this journey is that they're not losing their strategic mind. They're learning to let it work in harmony with their heart instead of against it. Every time they resist reaching out, every time they try to rationalize their feelings away, it's actually bringing them one step closer to this ultimate integration of heart and mind. And what's really profound is how the Six of Swords is showing up now, revealing this deep mental journey they're being forced to take. Their mind has been like this elaborate maze they built themselves, but now the silence between you is making them walk through every single turn of it. They can't just think their way out anymore. They have to feel their way through. I'm getting such strong downloads about their sleep patterns right now. The guides are showing me how they're waking up between 2 and 4 a.m., those sacred hours when the veil is thinnest. It's like their soul is trying to process all these emotions their conscious mind keeps pushing away during the day. They might be seeing 444 a lot during these restless nights. That's their angels trying to tell them they're going through exactly what they need to go through. This Six of Swords is having such an interesting conversation with the Devil card we saw earlier. While the Devil was showing us how they've been trapped in these obsessive thought patterns, the Six of Swords is revealing their unconscious journey away from these patterns. But here's the thing, they're fighting it every step of the way. They keep checking their phone, making up reasons to drive by places you might be, anything to feel like they still have some control over this situation. The Moon card's energy is so strong here too, working with these other cards to bring up all their hidden fears about being vulnerable. I'm seeing them sitting in meetings at work, their body there, but their mind miles away, thinking about you. They might even be snapping at people unexpectedly, then feeling confused about why they're so on edge. Their coworkers have probably noticed how quiet they've become in group settings. It's like they're turning inward, even if they don't fully understand why yet. What's really fascinating is how their strategic mind, which used to be their greatest strength, is becoming their biggest challenge. The guides are showing me how they're starting to have these unexpected spiritual thoughts, maybe even looking up things about twin flames or soul connections, something they would have dismissed as nonsense before, but it's like your silence is forcing them to consider things their logical mind can't explain. The Eight of Swords energy from earlier is shifting now. It's like watching someone slowly realize that the swords surrounding them aren't actually keeping them trapped. They're keeping them from running away from these feelings. Every time they draft a message to you and delete it, every time they check your social media for clues about what you're thinking, they're actually getting closer to understanding that their need for control comes from this deep fear of being truly vulnerable. I am getting such clear guidance about their transformation process. Their angels are showing me how this journey isn't just about moving from thinking to feeling. It's about learning to let both their heart and mind work together. Each moment of silence from you is like a gentle push from the universe, guiding them toward this integration. They're being called to understand that true strength isn't in controlling everything, but in having the courage to be vulnerable. It's really interesting because right as we're talking about their transformation, I'm being drawn to pull another card and the Six of Wands comes in reversed. This is so powerful because it's showing me exactly how their public image is becoming such a burden for them right now. They're this person who's always been seen as having it all together, always knowing the next move, but internally they're struggling with this massive war between who they appear to be and who they really are. I keep hearing this message so strongly. The strategist is becoming the student. They've always been the one with the perfect plan, the one who could think their way through any situation. But now their guides are showing me how this same strategic mind that served them so well is actually becoming their biggest roadblock. Every time they try to analyze their way through these feelings about you, it's like trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. I'm seeing them in their workspace, maybe an office or a meeting room, and there's this really strong energy of them trying so hard to keep up appearances, but the truth is they're catching themselves zoning out during important conversations, their mind wandering to thoughts of you. Someone might mention something that reminds them of you, and they get this immediate defensive reaction that even surprises them. The guides are showing me how this connects so deeply with that reversed emperor energy we saw earlier. It's like watching someone slowly realize that all their control systems are falling apart. They're in this place where they're trying so hard to maintain this image of being unbothered, of being in control, but underneath, there's this constant buzz of thoughts about you. And what's really fascinating is how they keep seeing these numbers, especially 4 and 8. Their guides are using these numbers to try to wake them up to this bigger truth. But here's what's really interesting. Their logical mind keeps trying to dismiss these signs as coincidences. But then a song that reminds them of you starts playing, and it hits them right in their heart, bypassing all that mental resistance. The devil card we saw earlier is really speaking to this obsessive energy they're carrying. They're thinking about you way more than they'd ever admit. I'm seeing them making up these elaborate reasons to drive past places that remind them of you, all while telling themselves it's just a convenient route. But their higher self knows exactly what they're doing. You know what's really powerful about this Six of Wands being reversed? It's showing me how their fear of what others might think is actually masking this genuine, deep desire to connect with you. They're so worried about maintaining this image of being strong and unbothered that they're actually blocking their own happiness. Their guides are really emphasizing how this isn't just about them letting go of control. It's about them learning that true strength actually comes from being willing to be vulnerable. I'm getting such clear guidance about their overthinking right now. It's like watching someone try to solve an emotional puzzle with only logical pieces. But here's the beautiful thing. Every time they tell themselves they're fine without reaching out to you, their soul knows it's not true. Their higher self is gently pushing them towards this understanding that some things just can't be figured out with the mind alone. And you know what's really fascinating about this whole situation? As I sit with their energy, the King of Wands comes through reversed. And it's like I'm watching their passionate nature turning completely inward. It's almost like watching a fire trying to burn inside a closed room. All that heat and light with nowhere to go. Their guides are showing me so clearly how they're actually this natural teacher, this wise soul who's meant to guide others. But right now they're stuck in this pattern of trying to control everything through pure logic. I keep getting this really strong image of them sitting alone late at night, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning, just staring at their phone, wanting so badly to reach out, but stopping themselves. It's like they're wrestling with this deep inner wisdom that's trying to break through all their mental barriers. You see that reversed emperor energy we saw earlier? It's directly connecting to this King of Wands reversed, showing us how their whole structure of control is crumbling to reveal something so much more beautiful underneath. There's something really specific coming through about their behavior lately. I'm seeing them making these little excuses to be in places where they might run into you. But then when they actually do see you, they get almost awkward, like they don't know what to do with all this energy. The guides are showing me how they're experiencing these really unexpected emotional moments, especially in professional settings. Like someone might say something in a meeting that reminds them of you, and they have to fight to keep their composure. The high priestess energy that we saw earlier is working so powerfully with your silence. It's like your quiet strength is actually forcing them to face all these shadow aspects they've been trying to hide from. I keep hearing this message. The teacher must become the student. They're learning that all their strategic thinking, all their careful planning can't control the way their heart is opening up. I'm getting such strong validation about numbers showing up for them, especially 444. They might be seeing this number everywhere, and it's their guides trying to tell them they're supported in this transformation. But here's what's really interesting. I'm seeing them having these sudden bursts of creativity, like they'll get inspired to write something or create something, but then they pull back, almost scared of what might come out if they let themselves express freely. There's this beautiful message coming through about their true nature. Beneath all this strategic thinking and controlled exterior, there's this incredibly nurturing soul. They're actually meant to be this wise guide for others. But first, they need to learn how to be vulnerable themselves. It's like watching someone who spent their whole life teaching others, suddenly realizing they need to go back to school themselves. The guides are showing me how your silence isn't just affecting them on a surface level. It's literally rewiring how they see themselves. Every time they try to rationalize their feelings away, every time they try to control this situation with their mind, they're actually being pushed deeper into this spiritual awakening. They're starting to understand that some of the most powerful lessons come through experiences we can't control or explain. And what's really fascinating is how this transformation is showing up in such unexpected ways. The Page of Pentacles just emerged. And it's like watching someone who's always been the teacher suddenly becoming the student again. Their energy is shifting from this need to know everything to this beautiful curiosity about life. It's almost like they're seeing the world through fresh eyes. You know, it's funny because this Page of Pentacles is having such an interesting conversation with that reversed Emperor we saw earlier, where before they were trying to control everything through pure force of will. Now they're being guided to this really humble place of learning. I keep getting this image of them picking up books they would have dismissed before, or finding themselves drawn to conversations that they would have thought were too out there in the past. The guides are showing me something really specific about their behavior lately. They might be catching themselves giving advice to others, but then stopping mid-sentence, realizing they're actually talking about their own situation. It's like they've become both the teacher and the student at the same time. And these moments are happening more and more, especially when they're trying to help others with similar situations to what they're going through with you. Your silence has created this amazing space for them to really look at themselves. I keep hearing this message. The student becomes the teacher when the ego steps aside. It's like all their usual defenses, all those clever words and logical arguments they used to hide behind, they're starting to see through them. The moon energy we saw earlier is really important here. It's showing how all their unconscious fears are coming to the surface, but instead of running from them, they're actually starting to face them. I'm seeing them having these moments probably around 4 a.m. that's coming through really strongly, where they're just sitting with all these thoughts they can't rationalize away. The hermit energy is so powerful here, showing how this forced solitude is actually becoming their greatest teacher. They might be finding themselves drawn to writing things down, maybe even keeping a journal for the first time in years. There's something really significant about the number 8 showing up in their life right now. They might be seeing it everywhere, and it's their guides trying to tell them that this transformation is part of their infinite path. But what's really beautiful is how their analytical mind, which used to be this wall between them and their feelings, is actually becoming a bridge to deeper understanding. They're starting to see how all their past attempts to control situations were really just masks for these deeper insecurities. The guides are showing me how they're finding wisdom in the most unexpected places, maybe a random conversation with a stranger or a song that keeps playing everywhere they go. It's like the universe is conspiring to teach them in ways their logical mind can't deny. Your continued silence paired with your strong inner knowing is actually helping them face these shadows they've been trying to hide from you. I'm seeing them having these moments where they almost reach out, but then stop themselves. And in that pause, they're actually learning more about themselves than any conversation could teach them right now. They're starting to understand that true strength isn't about having all the answers. It's about being brave enough to stay open to the questions. And that's exactly what I'm seeing reflected now as I draw another card. This 3 of Swords in reverse is telling such a powerful story about their inner world right now. What's really interesting is how this card is having this intense conversation with that reversed Emperor we saw earlier. Their whole world of control is just crumbling, but you know what? It's actually healing them in the deepest way possible. I keep getting this really strong image of them sitting at their desk at work, maybe in an important meeting, but their mind is just somewhere else entirely. They're there physically, but spiritually, they're completely wrapped up in thoughts of you, in trying to figure out this puzzle that they can't solve with their usual strategic thinking. The guides are showing me how they keep picking up their phone, typing out these long messages to you, but then deleting them before hitting send. It's like watching someone wrestle with their own shadow. You know what's really interesting? They keep seeing 333 everywhere, on clocks, receipts, random places, and the guides are telling me this is no accident. It's like the universe is trying to wake them up to this deeper truth that they can't think their way through this one. Their logical mind, which has always been their safety net, it's starting to feel more like a prison. I'm actually getting strong energy around 2 to 4 a.m. They're having trouble sleeping during these hours, tossing and turning with all these thoughts they can't control. There's something really powerful happening with their emotional body right now, where before they were all about strategy and control. Now they're having these unexpected moments where emotions just burst through. Maybe they're driving past a place that reminds them of you, or a song comes on that takes them right back to a memory, and suddenly they're feeling everything they've been trying to suppress. The Knight of Swords energy we saw earlier is really significant here because it's showing how their mind keeps trying to charge forward with all these plans and strategies, but it's like they're running in circles. The more they try to figure things out logically, the more confused they get. And you know what? That's exactly what needs to happen. The guides are showing me that this mental chaos is actually part of their awakening. They're learning slowly but surely that some things just can't be controlled or figured out with the mind. I'm seeing them breaking things more often lately, dropping things, just being more clumsy than usual. It's like their physical world is reflecting this inner transformation. Their guides are actually using your silence as this powerful mirror, showing them all the places where they've been trying to control things instead of feeling them. But here's what's really beautiful about this Three of Swords in reverse. It's showing that all this mental chaos, all this struggle with control, it's actually helping them heal some really deep old wounds. They're starting to understand that sometimes the strongest thing you can do is just feel. Just be with the discomfort instead of trying to fix it or figure it out. And what's really interesting is that as they're going through this deep inner work, I'm being drawn to pull another card right now. The Page of Swords is showing up, and wow, the energy shift is so strong. This young, curious energy is showing me how they're literally becoming like a detective with your silence. They're analyzing every little detail, every past conversation, trying to figure out what they might have missed. You know how the Page of Swords carries this energy of someone who's always watching, always trying to gather information? That's exactly what they're doing right now. I'm seeing them scrolling through old messages, old photos, trying to piece together this puzzle. But here's the thing, and this is really important. This card is having this fascinating conversation with that high priestess energy we saw earlier. Your silence, your mystery, it's like this powerful force that's making them question everything they thought they knew. The guides are showing me how they're struggling with this intense need to understand everything logically. I'm actually seeing them at their desk, maybe late at night, and they keep getting these strong urges to reach out to you. But then that devil energy we saw earlier, that ego, that pride, it keeps holding them back. They'll type out these long messages, pour their heart out, but then delete everything. The guides are showing me this happens especially between 2 and 4 in the morning when they can't sleep because their thoughts are just racing. I'm getting such a strong message about numbers too, specifically 555 showing up for them. Every time they see these numbers, it's like a little shock to their system, reminding them of all the things they're trying so hard not to feel. And speaking of feelings, this Eight of Swords energy we saw earlier is really significant here. It's like they've built this mental prison for themselves, but it's getting more uncomfortable by the day. The guides are showing me how they're having these really unexpected emotional moments, especially at work. Maybe they're in the middle of a meeting trying to be all professional and in control, and suddenly something reminds them of you. A song plays in the background at a coffee shop, or they drive past a place that holds memories and it just hits them like a wave. Their whole "I've got everything under control" mask just starts cracking. What's really fascinating is how their usual way of handling things, being the protector, the strategist, the one who always has a plan, it's just not working anymore. The guides are showing me how frustrated they're getting because they can't think their way out of these feelings. Every time they try to use their analytical mind to figure this out, they just end up more confused, more lost in their thoughts. But here's what's really beautiful about all of this. The guides are saying that this confusion, this mental chaos, it's actually exactly what needs to happen. It's like they're being forced to develop a whole new way of understanding things. They're learning even though it's really uncomfortable that some things can't be solved with the mind. Some things can only be understood through the heart. And you know what's really powerful about this heart-centered understanding they're developing? The Tower card just jumped out of the deck as I was saying that, and wow, the energy is so intense right now. This isn't just about them learning. This is about everything they thought they knew completely falling apart. Their whole world is shaking, and it's directly connected to that devil energy we saw earlier. Their obsessive thoughts, their need to control everything, it's all crumbling down. I'm getting such clear images of them sitting alone in their room, probably around 3 a.m., and they're just overwhelmed by these waves of emotion they can't control anymore. The guides are showing me how they keep reaching for their phone, typing out these long messages to you, pouring their heart out, but then that ego jumps in and they delete everything. It's like watching someone fight with themselves and neither side is winning. This Tower moment isn't just about destruction, though. It's connected so deeply with that Emperor reversed energy we saw before. See, they've always been the one in charge, the one who knows what to do, the one with all the answers. But your silence, it's like kryptonite to their Superman complex. They can't figure you out, can't control the situation, can't make things go back to how they were, and it's driving them absolutely crazy. The Eight of Swords keeps showing up in their energy too, and it's fascinating how it's playing out. They've built this mental prison for themselves. If I just think about it harder, if I just figure out the right thing to say, if I just wait for the perfect moment, but these walls they've built are actually becoming their torture chamber. The guides are showing me how they're driving past places you used to go together, hoping to catch a glimpse of you. They're checking their phone constantly, then feeling angry at themselves for being so affected. I'm seeing the number 5 showing up for them everywhere. $5.55 on the clock, $5.55 on receipts, and the guides are saying these are actually wake-up calls. Each time they see these numbers, it's like a little crack in their armor, a reminder that they can't control everything. And, you know, what's really interesting? The number 8 keeps appearing too, and it's all about power and control, exactly what they're being forced to let go of. Their strategic mind, which used to be their greatest strength, has become their biggest obstacle. They're trying to solve an emotional problem with logic, and it's like trying to eat soup with a fork. It just doesn't work. The guides are showing me these moments where they're having these unexpected emotional outbursts, maybe in their car or in the shower, places where they feel safe to finally let their guard down. It's like watching someone try to hold back the ocean with their bare hands. It's just not possible anymore. But here's what's really beautiful about this Tower moment. As these walls come crumbling down, as their ego defenses shatter, something much more authentic is emerging. Their higher self is actually celebrating this breakdown, even though their ego is terrified. Because sometimes, Divine Feminine, we have to completely break down to break through. And you know what's fascinating about this breakdown they're experiencing? The Hierophant just appeared and the energy shift is incredible. Their whole identity was built around being this logical, structured person, the one who always had the perfect explanation, the rational answer. But now they're experiencing things that their logical mind just can't make sense of. I'm literally seeing them sitting at their desk at work, trying to focus on spreadsheets or reports, but they keep getting these waves of emotion, these unexpected spiritual insights that are completely throwing them off balance. It's like they'll be in the middle of a meeting and suddenly they'll get this overwhelming feeling of connection to you, or they'll see repeating numbers everywhere they look. 222, 333, 444, especially between 2 and 4 in the morning when they're up late, unable to sleep, trying to make sense of all these new feelings. The Emperor reversed was showing up earlier, and now with the Hierophant here, it's painting such a clear picture. There's someone who's always been respected, always been seen as this authority figure, this person who has all the answers, but in private, they're starting to experience these profound spiritual moments that are completely shaking their foundation. I'm seeing them actually starting to look up spiritual content online, but then quickly closing the tabs, almost embarrassed by their own curiosity. It's like they're afraid someone might catch them being weak or irrational. And you know what's really powerful? The high priestess energy that we saw earlier, that's your energy, divine feminine. Your silence isn't just making them uncomfortable. It's literally forcing them to develop their own intuition, but they're fighting it so hard. I'm seeing them literally writing down spiritual insights or messages they're receiving, then immediately crumpling up the paper or deleting the notes on their phone. It's like they're at war with their own awakening. The 8 of Swords is showing us how they've built this mental prison for themselves. Every time they have a spiritual experience or an intuitive hit about you, they immediately try to explain it away with logic. Oh, I just saw 11:11 because I happened to look at the clock at that time. I'm only thinking about them because I'm stressed about work. But these explanations are feeling more and more hollow, and they know it. They're starting to have these physical sensations during meditation. Yes, they've secretly started trying to meditate. Can you believe it? Their hands will start tingling, or they'll feel this warmth in their chest, and it absolutely terrifies them because they can't explain it. Their analytical mind is working overtime, trying to maintain control, but it's like trying to hold water in a sieve. These spiritual experiences keep slipping through their defenses. I'm getting such a strong message about their dreams too. They're having these incredibly vivid dreams about you, about spiritual symbols they don't even understand yet. But instead of embracing these messages, they're Googling logical explanations for vivid dreams at 3 a.m. The guides are actually laughing about this. They're showing me how this person who was always so sure of everything is now secretly filling their phone's search history with questions about twin flames and spiritual awakening. And speaking of those late night searches, Divine Feminine, the energy I'm getting right now is absolutely incredible. The 4 of Pentacles just emerged, and it's showing me exactly how they're trying to hold on to control right now. You know that feeling when someone's holding something so tight they're actually hurting themselves? That's exactly what's happening with this masculine. I'm literally seeing them sitting in their office or their personal space, and they've created this whole fortress around themselves. They're trying so hard to focus on work, on money, on their material success, anything they can physically touch and control. But here's what's fascinating. While they're putting on this show of being totally fine and in control, they're secretly checking their phone constantly. They're looking for any hint of you, any sign that you're thinking about them. The guides are showing me how your silence has created this incredible pressure in their world. Remember how we saw the high priestess earlier? She's still here, still showing us how your quiet strength is literally breaking down their walls. But now, with this Four of Pentacles energy, I'm seeing how desperately they're trying to hold on to their old ways of being. It's like they're clutching their old identity so tight, their knuckles are turning white. And you know what's really interesting? The Devil card is actually working together with this Four of Pentacles to show us something deeper. They're actually obsessing over what you're not saying. It's like your silence has created this void that their ego just can't handle. They're used to being able to figure everything out, to have all the answers, but your silence, it's like a puzzle they can't solve, and it's driving them absolutely crazy. I'm getting such a strong message about their material success, too. They're throwing themselves into work, maybe even making more money than usual, but there's this emptiness they can't shake. The guides are showing me they're actually driving past places where they might see you, making up these elaborate excuses for why they just happened to be in your neighborhood. They're literally creating these coincidences while trying to convince themselves it's all totally logical and planned. The number sequences 444 and 888 keep flashing in my mind. These are huge abundance and stability numbers, but they're showing up as a warning. It's like the universe is trying to tell them that all their material success, all this control they're trying to maintain, it can't fill the emotional void they're feeling. They're starting to realize this too, especially during those sleepless nights between 2 and 4 a.m. when they can't distract themselves with work anymore. I keep getting this image of them reaching for their phone to message you, then pulling back at the last second. Their ego is fighting so hard against their heart right now. It's like watching someone try to hold back the ocean with their bare hands. It's impossible, but they're still trying. They're experiencing these intense emotional triggers, especially in professional settings where they're supposed to be the most in control. Someone will say something completely innocent, and suddenly they're thinking about you, feeling vulnerable, and it terrifies them. And what's really fascinating is how all this inner turmoil is actually pushing them toward something much deeper. The Hierophant just appeared in our spread, and it's showing me something so unexpected about this masculine's journey. While they're sitting there obsessing over your silence, something ancient and wise is actually awakening inside them. You see, all those moments when they're trying to distract themselves from thinking about you, they're accidentally stumbling into these situations where people are coming to them for advice. I keep seeing scenes where coworkers, friends, even random strangers are suddenly opening up to them, sharing their problems. And the wild thing is the right words just start flowing out of their mouth, wisdom they didn't even know they had. It's like your silence has created this empty space where their true nature is finally able to emerge. Remember how we saw the High Priestess earlier? She's working with the Hierophant now to show us that your divine feminine silence is actually pulling out their hidden sage nature. They're starting to notice these weird coincidences, like how they'll be thinking about a situation with you, and suddenly someone comes to them with a similar problem they can help solve. But here's where it gets really interesting. This is terrifying them. With the Emperor showing up reversed, I can see how their need to control everything is crumbling. They're used to being the strategic one, the one with all the plans and answers. But now they're finding themselves saying things to others that are so deep, so spiritually aware. It's shocking them. It's like someone else is speaking through them, and their ego is having a complete meltdown about it. The Moon card is amplifying all of this, bringing up all their hidden wisdom to the surface. they're having these intense dreams where they're teaching or speaking to groups of people. They keep seeing the numbers 4 and 888, especially when they're giving advice to others, but they're trying so hard to write it off as coincidence. Their logical mind is at war with this spiritual awakening. I'm getting such a clear message about their inner struggle. During the day, they're still trying to maintain this image of the controlled, successful person who has it all figured out. But at night, they're being flooded with insights about other people's lives, about their own journey, like about your connection. They're starting to understand things on a soul level, but their ego is fighting it so hard. They're experiencing this intense push and pull. One part of them wants to embrace this emerging spiritual teacher energy, while another part is desperately trying to stuff it back down and return to being purely strategic and logical. But your silence, divine feminine, it's like a mirror showing them who they really are. Every time they think about what you're not saying, it forces them to look deeper into themselves. They're starting to realize that all their strategic thinking and control patterns were just ways of avoiding their true calling as a guide and teacher for others. But accepting this means letting go of who they thought they were, and that's bringing up so much fear and resistance. I keep seeing them almost reach this breakthrough, then pull back into their ego protection over and over. And now, as I'm sitting with this energy of their spiritual awakening, I'm being shown something so heavy they're carrying. The 10 of Wands just appeared, and wow, the weight of everything they're not saying is literally crushing them. I can feel their shoulders tensing up, their back getting tight. Some of you might even be feeling this in your own body right now, especially between 2 and 4 in the morning when they're most connected to you energetically. What I'm really getting strongly is that their ego's resistance is actually making everything so much harder than it needs to be. It's like they're carrying 10 heavy logs when they could just put them down and speak their truth. But they're so caught up in this pattern of having to seem strong, having to seem like they've got it all figured out. The funny thing is, trying to maintain this image is exhausting them more than just being honest ever would. I'm seeing them in these really specific moments, sitting in their car outside places that remind them of you, their hand hovering over their phone, wanting to reach out. But then that ego kicks in and they talk themselves out of it every single time. The number 444 keeps flashing when they think about contacting you, and 555 appears when they're fighting these urges. It's like their guides are literally screaming at them about transformation, but they're still trying to stay in control. Their analytical mind is working overtime, trying to make sense of all these spiritual downloads they're getting. But you can't solve spiritual awakening with logic. That's the lesson they're struggling with right now. I'm seeing them having these unexpected emotional outbursts when they're alone. These moments where everything they're holding back just bubbles up to the surface. The burden of this 10 of Wands is getting heavier every day, and it's fascinating because it's actually serving a purpose. This weight they're carrying, all these unspoken truths, all these spiritual revelations they're trying to intellectualize, it's actually pushing them toward a breaking point. And sometimes we need to reach that breaking point before we can finally surrender. They're starting to realize that trying to control everything, trying to stay in their logical mind, it's like trying to hold back an ocean with their bare hands. Every time they check their phone, every time they drive past places that remind them of you, Every time they try to distract themselves with work or keeping busy, it's all just making the weight heavier. Your guides are showing me that this pressure they're feeling, especially in their upper back and shoulders, it's actually a physical manifestation of their resistance to surrender. They're quite literally carrying the weight of their own stubbornness, their own fear of vulnerability. But here's what's really interesting. This burden is actually a gift, because the heavier it gets, the closer they get to finally accepting that control is just an illusion. Now, what's really fascinating is that right as we're talking about this burden they're carrying, the Nine of Swords comes forward, and it's showing me exactly what's happening in their mind late at night. This masculine energy is literally losing sleep over your silence. I'm seeing them tossing and turning, checking their phone, their mind racing with all these thoughts about what you're not telling them. It's like your silence has become this mirror, forcing them to look at parts of themselves they've been trying so hard to avoid. And you know what's really interesting? Remember that Knight of Swords energy we saw earlier? Well, now with this Nine of Swords, we're seeing how that frantic analytical energy has completely turned inward. They're still trying to solve everything with their mind, but now it's keeping them up at night. I'm seeing them literally writing and deleting messages to you over and over again. They might even be doing this right now as we speak. Their guides are showing me how they'll type out these long messages, pour their heart out, and then immediately delete everything because their ego jumps in and says, no, you can't show that much vulnerability. The moon card we pulled earlier is making so much sense now too, because all of this mental activity, all this overthinking, it's actually bringing up these deep subconscious patterns they've been carrying. Some of you might be seeing 333 whenever you think about them, and that's because they're going through this massive spiritual awakening, whether they want to or not. Your silence is literally forcing them to face their shadows. I'm being shown really specific moments. Them sitting at their desk at work, suddenly getting irritated over nothing because they're trying so hard to maintain this emperor energy we saw earlier, trying to stay in control. But the truth is, they're falling apart inside. They're driving past places that remind them of you, making up these random excuses just to be in spaces where they might run into you. It's like they're orbiting around you, but their ego won't let them come any closer. And here's what's really profound. Your guides are showing me that this intense mental activity, this Nine of Swords energy, it's actually part of their spiritual awakening process. Every sleepless night, every moment they spend overthinking your silence, it's actually bringing them closer to surrendering, because you can't think your way through a spiritual awakening. You can't solve divine timing with logic. They're being pushed to finally make that shift from their head to their heart. I'm seeing them starting to realize that all their usual ways of maintaining control are failing. Their professional success, their logical mind, all the things they used to rely on, none of it can help them decode your silence. And that's exactly the point. This isn't something they can figure out with their mind. They're being called to develop a completely different kind of strength, the strength to be vulnerable, to surrender, to trust in divine timing. And what's really powerful is that as they're in this space of surrender, of finally letting go of that need to control everything with their mind, I'm seeing this incredible transformation happening. The Two of Pentacles is coming forward now, and it's showing me exactly how they're trying to juggle these two completely different parts of themselves. There's this logical, analytical part that's always been their safety net, right? But now there's this whole other spiritual side that's awakening, and they're literally struggling to keep both these energies balanced. You know what's fascinating? Their guides are showing me that all this mental activity, all this overthinking about your silence, it's actually been preparing them for something much bigger. They're being called to be a teacher, a guide for others, but in the most unexpected way. I'm seeing them having these random conversations where suddenly they're explaining spiritual concepts to people and then catching themselves like, wait, where did that even come from? It's like their analytical mind, the very thing that's been keeping them up at night, is being rewired to become this incredible tool for helping others understand their own spiritual journeys. The numbers 444 and 888 keep showing up for them, especially during these moments of clarity. And what's really interesting is that some of them are starting to get these intense headaches that suddenly clear up and leave them with these profound insights. It's like their crown chakra is literally being rewired. Their guides are showing me that your silence isn't just affecting them emotionally. It's literally activating these dormant teaching abilities within them. They're finding themselves in these situations where people are suddenly coming to them for advice, and the words that come out of their mouth surprise even them. It's like all this mental wrestling they've been doing, all these nights spent analyzing your silence. It's actually been training them to bridge the gap between the logical and the spiritual. They're learning how to explain these deep spiritual concepts in ways that other people can actually understand. I'm seeing them starting to feel this urge to write things down, to document their journey. Some of them might be starting blogs or just keeping notes in their phone. It's like they can't help but try to make sense of this transformation they're going through and these recurring dreams they're having. I'm seeing them standing in front of groups of people, teaching, sharing their story. But here's the thing. They're still resisting this role. They're still trying to maintain this image of being completely in control, of having all the answers. The Two of Pentacles is showing me that they're at this crucial turning point. Every time they try to push these spiritual insights away and just focus on the logical, practical world, something happens to pull them back into their spiritual awakening. And ironically, it's their analytical mind, the very thing that's been causing them so much stress, that's going to help them become this powerful bridge between the spiritual and the practical world. They're learning to trust this process, even though it goes against everything they thought they knew about themselves. And what's really powerful about this balancing act they're doing is that I'm now seeing the Knight of Swords coming through, but he's showing up in this really interesting shadow aspect. It's like all of their intellectual power, all of that brilliant analytical energy they've been using to try to figure you out, it's actually becoming their biggest obstacle right now. You know how sometimes our greatest strength can also be our biggest blind spot? That's exactly what's happening here. I'm getting such a strong message about how they've been using their intelligence as a shield. They're this natural teacher, this incredible sage energy. Remember how we saw the hermit in our earlier pulls. But instead of embracing this wisdom and sharing it openly, they're hiding behind these really complex mental gymnastics. They're writing these long, detailed messages to you, analyzing every possible angle, and then just deleting them. The guides are showing me this happens especially between 2 and 4 in the morning, when they're most connected to their spiritual side. You know what's really interesting? They keep seeing 5 from 55 and 303 everywhere. Like literally everywhere, on clocks, receipts, license plates. And every time they see these numbers, they try to rationalize it away. But their guides are telling me these aren't just random numbers. They're divine downloads trying to break through all those mental barriers they've built up. I'm feeling this really strong energy of resistance from them. It's like they're sitting in this beautiful library of wisdom. That's the image I'm getting. But they're so afraid of appearing vulnerable or being wrong that they won't share any of it. They're naturally falling into these teaching moments with people around them, explaining deep concepts in this really beautiful, accessible way, but then they immediately pull back when they realize what they're doing. The high priestess energy we saw earlier, your silence, it's literally forcing them into this space of deep introspection. They can't intellectualize their way out of these feelings anymore. I'm seeing them having these unexpected emotional reactions when people challenge their ideas or perspectives. It's like their analytical mind is finally cracking open to let some heart wisdom flow in. You know what's really fascinating? All these obsessive thoughts they're having about why you're silent, what you're thinking. The guides are showing me that these aren't just regular thoughts. They're actually spiritual downloads disguised as overthinking. It's like their higher self is trying to sneak wisdom past their ego's defenses. And every time they try to apply pure logic to understand your silence, they end up stumbling into these profound spiritual realizations instead. Their guides are showing me that this is actually part of a bigger awakening process. The Emperor energy we saw reversed earlier is all about their control structures falling apart, but in the most divine way possible. They're being pushed to recognize that real wisdom, real teaching isn't just about having all the right answers. It's about being willing to stand in uncertainty and still share from the heart. You see, as their control systems break down, they're being forced into this incredible period of transformation. The 6 of Swords is coming through so clearly right now, and I'm really feeling this massive shift in their energy. It's like they're finally starting to move away from these old mental patterns, but they're fighting it every step of the way. You know how when you're in a boat and you try to control every little wave, that's what they're doing, trying to micromanage their feelings about your silence instead of just letting the current take them where they need to go. I'm being shown this really clear image of them sitting up late at night. And it's interesting because this connects back to that high priestess energy we saw earlier. They're literally being kept awake by this deep knowing that's trying to surface. The guides are showing me how they keep checking their phone between 2 and 4 a.m., these witching hours when the veil is thinnest. They're looking for any sign from you, but what they're actually finding is pieces of themselves they've been trying to ignore. This devil card keeps wanting to be acknowledged again, but it's showing up differently now. It's not about addiction or obsession anymore. It's about how their ego is literally creating these elaborate stories about why you're silent. They're telling themselves things like they're playing games or they're trying to manipulate me, but deep down, there's this growing awareness that your silence is actually teaching them something profound. What's really fascinating is how they're starting to stumble into these spiritual conversations without even meaning to. Like, they'll be having a normal chat with someone at work or a friend, and suddenly they're talking about destiny or the meaning of life. The guides are showing me how uncomfortable this makes them. It's like they can feel their logical walls crumbling, and it scares them a bit. You know what's really powerful? They're starting to have these really vivid dreams about conversations with you. But here's the twist. In these dreams, they're not just talking, they're listening. And when they wake up, they can't shake this feeling that somehow in the dream space, they understood everything perfectly. It's like their soul knows exactly what this silence is teaching them, but their conscious mind is still catching up. The Emperor reversed is showing us how their need for control is finally starting to loosen its grip. They keep finding themselves in places where they think you might be, and then feeling almost embarrassed by how obvious they're being. But these coincidental encounters they're hoping for aren't really about seeing you. They're about facing themselves in these moments of vulnerability. I'm getting such a strong message about 555 and 333 showing up for them. Every time they see these numbers, it's like a little crack appears in their logical armor. The 555 is screaming about big changes coming, while the 333 is literally their guides trying to get their attention. They'll be in the middle of trying to figure you out logically, and boom, there's these numbers again, pulling them back into their spiritual awareness. Their resistance to this whole process is actually becoming their greatest teacher. Every time they try to stay in their head, analyzing and controlling, something happens to pull them back into their heart. It's like watching someone try to hold on to sand. The tighter they grip, the more it slips through their fingers. You know what's really fascinating about this whole situation? The magician keeps wanting to come forward right now, and it's showing me something so incredible about their hidden abilities. While they've been obsessing over your silence, they're actually unlocking this amazing power to transform themselves. But they're fighting it so hard because it means accepting parts of themselves they've kept buried. I'm getting such strong downloads about their natural ability to guide others. It's like they've always had this sage-like wisdom inside them, but they've been pushing it down, telling themselves, that's not logical or that's not practical. But here's what's wild. Ever since your silence started triggering them, they keep finding themselves accidentally counseling people. Like, they'll be getting coffee and suddenly the barista is telling them their life story, and the most profound advice just flows out of them without even thinking. The guides are showing me how they wake up between 2 and 4 a.m. and instead of just obsessing about you like before, they're starting to receive these incredible insights about life. But, and this is so important, their ego is throwing a fit about this. They keep seeing 444 and 333 everywhere, especially when they're thinking about you, and it's driving their logical mind crazy, trying to explain it away. What's really beautiful about the magician showing up in this shadow position is that it's revealing how their strategic analytical mind is actually transforming into something much more powerful. They're starting to realize they can't think their way out of the spiritual awakening you've triggered. Every time they try to use their old control patterns, life puts them in situations where they have to tap into their intuition instead. You know what's really interesting? They keep finding themselves in these situations where people look to them for guidance. And it's making them so uncomfortable because it's forcing them to acknowledge this natural teacher energy they've been denying. Like, they'll be in a meeting at work, and instead of just focusing on facts and figures, they're suddenly dropping these deep spiritual truths that leave everyone kind of stunned. The guides want you to know that your continued silence is actually crucial for this process. Every time they try to reach out to end this uncomfortable feeling, something stops them. It's like their higher self knows they need to sit in this discomfort to fully step into their power. They're literally being forced to face their fear of vulnerability, and it's bringing out this incredible wisdom they didn't even know they had. I'm seeing how they keep trying to hide from this teacher guide role that's emerging, but the universe isn't letting them. People are literally seeking them out for advice now. And even though their ego wants to deflect and stay in control, their natural counselor abilities just keep shining through. It's almost like your silence created this vacuum that their true spiritual nature is finally filling, even though their conscious mind is still resisting it. The energy I'm feeling from the magician right now is showing me that all this mental obsessing they're doing about your silence is actually being alchemized into spiritual gold. Every time they think they're just overthinking about you, they're actually receiving divine downloads about their true purpose. They just don't recognize it yet because it's coming through in a way their ego wasn't expecting. And what's really powerful about all of these downloads they're receiving is that it's actually unlocking this whole other layer of who they truly are. I'm seeing the King of Pentacles coming through in the shadow position right now, and it's showing me something so fascinating about their soul purpose. You see, in past lives, they were actually this incredibly wise teacher, this guide who helped others find their way. But in this lifetime, they've been so focused on building their empire, on being practical and maintaining control, that they completely buried this gift. But your silence, it's literally forcing them to reconnect with this ancient wisdom they carry. I keep seeing images of them sitting at their desk at work, probably in some kind of a leadership position, and suddenly getting these overwhelming urges to share deep spiritual truth with their team. It's like they can't help themselves. The wisdom just pours out, even though their logical mind is fighting it every step of the way. The high priestess that showed up earlier is actually working with this King of Pentacles energy in such a beautiful way. While they're obsessing over your silence, thinking it's driving them crazy, it's actually creating this sacred space where their true spiritual gifts are bubbling up to the surface. Like, they keep finding themselves in these situations where people just open up to them, sharing their deepest problems. And before they can even think about it, this profound guidance just flows through them. I'm getting such strong physical sensations around their shoulders and upper back right now. There's all this tension there because they're literally carrying the weight of resisting this natural teacher role. It's like their body is telling them, stop fighting who you really are. And what's wild is that the more they try to stay in that reversed emperor energy we saw earlier, trying to maintain control, keep everything logical, the more the universe keeps putting them in situations where they have to tap into their intuition. the Hermit card that came through is showing me how all this forced alone time, all this silence from you, it's actually part of their soul contract. They chose this lifetime to learn how to teach through vulnerability, but their ego is throwing up all these roadblocks. They keep seeing 444 and 888 everywhere, especially when they're about to drop some wisdom on someone, but they're still trying to brush it off as coincidence. You know what's really interesting? Every time they try to analyze their way out of these feelings about your silence, they end up accidentally helping someone else through a similar situation. It's like their higher self is using their obsession with you as a doorway to activate this ancient wisdom they carry. The guides are showing me how they'll be lying awake at night, thinking about what they wish they could say to you, and suddenly they'll get these incredible insights about life that they end up sharing with others the next day. This whole journey is about them learning to balance their practical, earthbound wisdom with these higher spiritual truths they're starting to access. Their soul chose this specific challenge, your silence, to help them remember who they really are. And even though they're fighting it so hard right now, even though they're trying to stay in that logical, controlled space, their natural ability to guide and counsel others keeps shining through in the most unexpected moments. Speaking of them fighting against their true nature, I'm noticing the Queen of Swords showing up now in their shadow space. And wow, this energy is so telling. You know how sometimes we use our intelligence as a shield? That's exactly what they're doing right now. They've built up these really sharp mental walls, thinking that if they just analyze everything enough, they can figure out why your silence is affecting them so deeply. But here's what's really interesting. When we look at this Queen of Swords next to the High Priestess we saw earlier, it's showing me how their biggest strength is actually becoming their biggest challenge. They're so used to cutting through confusion with their mind, but your silence is teaching them that some things can't be figured out with logic alone. I keep seeing them sitting at their desk, writing lists, trying to make sense of everything, but their guides are literally laughing because they know this isn't a puzzle to be solved. It's a feeling to be felt. I'm getting such strong downloads about their dreams lately. They keep waking up between 2 and 4 in the morning, and these aren't just regular wake-ups. They're having these really vivid dreams about teaching, about sharing wisdom, but when they try to remember the details, it slips away. Their guides are showing me that these dreams are actually memories of their soul purpose, but their analytical mind keeps trying to dismiss them as just random thoughts. The number 555 keeps flashing in my vision whenever they resist these teaching moments. Like they'll be in a meeting at work and suddenly they have this deep urge to share something really profound and spiritual, but they stop themselves because it doesn't fit their usual professional image. But every time they hold back, they see 5555 somewhere on a clock, on a license plate, on a receipt. It's like the universe is screaming, change is happening whether you like it or not. When we look at the Knight of Swords that came through earlier alongside this Queen of Swords energy, it's showing me this internal battle they're having. Their mind wants to charge forward to demand answers about your silence, but their soul knows they need to learn something deeper here. They keep finding themselves giving really wise advice to other people about patience and spiritual growth, and then catching themselves like, wait, where did that come from? The hermit's energy is getting stronger now too. And it's fascinating because it's showing me how your silence has literally forced them into this cave of self-reflection. But instead of it being this lonely, isolated experience, it's actually awakening this ancient wisdom within them. They're starting to realize that all these intellectual barriers they've built up, all these mental defenses, they're actually crumbling under the weight of this massive spiritual awakening they're going through. I'm seeing them starting to write things down like they can't help themselves. They'll be thinking about reaching out to you, but instead of sending that message, they end up writing these really deep insights about life and growth. It's like your silence has turned into this unintentional teaching tool, showing them how to access this wisdom they've always carried, but never fully embraced. And speaking of this wisdom they've always carried but never fully embraced, I'm seeing the Two of Swords come through now. And wow, this is such powerful confirmation of everything we've been talking about. They're literally at this crossroads inside their own mind. It's like watching someone try to solve an emotional puzzle with a calculator. It just doesn't work that way. You know what's really interesting? When I look at this Two of Swords next to the Hermit energy we saw earlier, it's showing me how they're stuck between these two completely different ways of being. On one side, there's this really practical, logical part of them that's always worked before. But on the other side, there's this deep, wise teacher energy that's starting to wake up, and it's kind of freaking them out. I keep seeing them sitting at their desk at work, and suddenly they'll say something so profound to a coworker that it surprises even them. It's like this sage wisdom just flows out of nowhere, and then they quickly try to brush it off or make a joke because it feels too vulnerable, too exposed. But their guides are showing me that these moments aren't accidents. They're glimpses of their true nature breaking through all these walls they've built. The number 333 keeps flashing in my vision whenever they have these moments of accidental wisdom, and right after, they often see 4. Your guides are telling me these numbers are no coincidence. 333 is about their spiritual gifts finally emerging, and 444 is the angels literally saying, "We've got your back. It's safe to be this version of yourself." I'm getting such clear messages about their sleep patterns too. They're having trouble sleeping between 2 and 4 a.m. And there's this really interesting tension between their shoulder blades. It's like their body is physically holding this battle between their mind and their heart. Their guides are showing me that this physical tension is actually where their wings are trying to spread. Yes, I know that sounds kind of out there, but spiritually speaking, this is where their teaching gifts are trying to break free. When I look at the moon card that came through earlier alongside this Two of Swords, it's showing me how all these unconscious patterns are finally coming to the surface. They've spent so long trying to be seen as the strong one, the one who has it all figured out. But your silence has created this space where they can't hide from their deeper truth anymore. They're starting to realize that true strength isn't about having all the answers. It's about being willing to sit with the questions. I'm seeing them secretly writing down these really deep thoughts lately, almost like journal entries, but they keep hiding them away. Sometimes they'll be about to text someone some really profound advice, and then they delete it all because it feels too exposed, too real. But every time they do this, they see these amazing synchronicities, like the same spiritual symbols showing up everywhere, or random people bringing up the exact topics they were just thinking about. You know what's really fascinating about these hidden messages they keep deleting? The Six of Cups just came forward, and it's showing me something so beautiful about their inner journey. There's this really sweet energy coming through. It's like watching someone flip through an old photo album and suddenly seeing all these moments in a completely new light. They're starting to understand that every single challenging experience they've been through was actually preparing them to be this amazing teacher and guide for others. Or I'm feeling so strongly that they've always had this gift of helping others see things differently, but they used to package it in really logical, practical ways. Like they'd give advice, but always back it up with facts and figures, always trying to make it sound more professional or reasonable. But lately, their guides are showing me how they're starting to trust these deeper, more intuitive hits they're getting. The other day, they surprised themselves by telling someone a story from their past, and halfway through telling it, they realized it was exactly what that person needed to hear. It's like their analytical mind is finally working with their spiritual wisdom instead of against it. I keep seeing this image of a bridge being built between their head and their heart, and it's absolutely beautiful. Something really interesting is happening with their dreams too. They're starting to wake up with these crystal clear insights about old situations, especially about past relationships and childhood memories. It's like their mind is finally letting go enough during sleep to let this wisdom flow through. The Six of Cups is really highlighting this. It's not just about nostalgia. It's about finding the golden nuggets of wisdom in every past experience. Your guides want you to know that they're seeing them get approached more and more at work or by friends for advice. Sometimes they'll be in the middle of a conversation and say something so profound that everyone gets quiet for a moment, and I can feel how uncomfortable that silence makes them at first. They're still getting used to this new role of being someone people look up to for spiritual guidance. They're starting to notice patterns too, like how certain themes keep coming up in conversations with different people. Maybe it's about healing family wounds or finding your true purpose, but these topics just keep circling back. Their guides are showing me that this isn't random. They're being prepared to help others work through these exact same challenges they've overcome. The King of Swords energy we saw earlier is really transforming now. It's like watching ice melt into flowing water. All that analytical power isn't disappearing. It's just becoming more fluid, more adaptable. They're learning that wisdom doesn't always need to be wrapped in logic to be valuable. Sometimes the most powerful insights come from simply sharing their story, their truth, without trying to make it make perfect sense. I'm seeing this really clear image of them standing in front of a mirror, and with each passing day, they're starting to recognize this wise teacher energy in their own reflection. It's like they're finally seeing what others have seen in them all along. Their obsessive thoughts about your silence, they're actually turning into these beautiful teaching moments, helping them understand deeper truths about themselves and about love in general. And you know what's really interesting about this whole journey they're on? The King of Wands just showed up in such a powerful way, and it's literally making my whole body tingle with this incredible energy. It's like watching someone step into their power, but not in that forceful, ego-driven way they used to. This is different. This is about them finally understanding that their analytical mind, the very thing they've been using to try to figure you out, is actually their greatest gift when it comes to teaching others. I keep seeing this image of them sitting at their desk late at night, maybe scrolling through their phone or writing in their notes app. And suddenly they get hit with these waves of understanding. It's like all these scattered thoughts about you and your silence are actually turning into these beautiful lessons. They might think they're just obsessing, but their guides are showing me that each of these thoughts is like a piece of a much bigger puzzle. You know how sometimes you meet someone who can explain really complicated spiritual stuff in a way that just makes sense? That's the energy that's developing in them right now. Remember how we saw the high priestess in their energy before? She's still very much present, working with this King of Wands energy to transform their overthinking into genuine wisdom. Their guides are showing me that all those nights they've spent analyzing your silence, trying to figure out what you're thinking, it's actually been training them to understand the power of what's unsaid. I'm getting such strong confirmation about the number 333 showing up for them, especially during these moments of insight. They might see it on their clock right when they're thinking about reaching out to you, or maybe it pops up on a receipt or a phone number. Their guides are using these numbers to catch their attention, to make them pause and really sit with these thoughts instead of just pushing them away. The Knight of Swords energy we saw earlier is really interesting now because it's starting to slow down and transform. Instead of their thoughts racing around in circles, they're beginning to organize themselves into these beautiful teachings. I'm seeing people at their workplace or in their friend group starting to come to them for advice more and more. Sometimes they'll say something so profound that they surprise even themselves, and then they'll try to brush it off or explain it away with logic. The Emperor reversed is still playing a huge part in this story too. It's like watching someone learn that true leadership isn't about having all the answers or being in control. Their guides are showing me how every time they feel vulnerable about not reaching out to you, every time they question themselves, they're actually learning the most valuable lesson of all, that real wisdom comes from embracing our uncertainties. I'm seeing them sitting in their car sometimes just thinking and suddenly getting these downloads about past situations that never made sense before. It's like all the pieces are finally clicking into place, but not in the way their logical mind expected. They're starting to understand that this journey of trying to understand your silence has actually been about understanding themselves all along. And it's so amazing because right in this moment, as we're exploring their inner journey, the Seven of Pentacles appears in such a powerful way. I'm literally getting chills as I see how perfectly this connects to everything we've been talking about. This card is showing me that while they've been sitting in this silence, analyzing everything, they're actually planting these incredible spiritual seeds without even realizing it. You know how sometimes you can feel like you're just stuck waiting, but actually so much is happening beneath the surface. That's exactly what's going on here. Their guides are showing me this beautiful image of them like a gardener, but instead of growing plants, they're growing wisdom. Every single time they stop themselves from reaching out to you, every moment they sit with their thoughts instead of acting on impulse, it's like they're watering these seeds of spiritual understanding. I'm getting such a strong message about the number 7 showing up in their life lately. Maybe they keep seeing 777 on the clock, or they're noticing the number 7 everywhere they go. Their guides are using these signs to tell them that they're exactly where they need to be, even if their ego is fighting it so hard. And it's funny because this ties right back to that high priestess energy we saw earlier. It's like she's been working behind the scenes this whole time, turning their overthinking into real spiritual wisdom. What's really interesting is that I'm seeing them starting to notice how people are coming to them for advice more and more. Maybe it's happening at work or with friends, but suddenly they're finding themselves saying these really profound things that even surprise them. It's like they'll be having a normal conversation and suddenly this deep wisdom just flows out of them. And the funny thing is, they probably brush it off or don't even realize how meaningful their words are to others. I'm also getting this really strong message about the hours between 2 and 4 in the morning. Some of you might be noticing them posting online or being active during these hours, or maybe they're telling you about waking up during this time. This is actually a really sacred time spiritually, and their guides are using these quiet hours to download important wisdom into their consciousness. They might think they're just having trouble sleeping, but really they're being prepared for this role as a spiritual teacher. The Emperor reversed energy we saw earlier is still playing out, but now I'm seeing it in a whole new light. It's like watching someone learn that true strength isn't about having all the answers or being in control. Every time they resist reaching out to you, every moment they sit with their uncertainty instead of trying to force things, they're actually learning one of the most powerful spiritual lessons about letting go of control. Their guides are showing me how they might be writing things down lately, maybe in their phone notes or in a journal. And these aren't just random thoughts. These are actually profound spiritual insights that they're meant to share with others someday. Even if right now they think they're just processing their feelings about your situation, they're actually channeling wisdom that's going to help so many other people on their spiritual journeys. And what's really beautiful about these spiritual downloads they're receiving is how perfectly it connects to this Knight of Pentacles energy that's coming through so strongly right now. Their guides are showing me how their methodical, strategic mind, which used to be all about control and planning, is transforming into their greatest spiritual asset. You know how sometimes the very thing that used to hold us back becomes our superpower? That's exactly what's happening here. I'm feeling such intense energy around their daily routines. They're doing these really simple things, maybe organizing their workspace, making lists, even just tidying up their space. But what they don't realize is that each of these actions is actually a form of meditation for them. It's like their higher self knew they needed a practical way to process all these spiritual insights. So it's coming through in these everyday activities. There's something really specific coming through about their shoulders right now. Some of you might have noticed them rolling their shoulders more, or maybe they've mentioned having tension in their upper back. This is actually a physical manifestation of them carrying all these unspoken words, all these things they want to say to you, but can't bring themselves to express. Their guides are showing me how they literally write these long messages to you in their notes app. Some of you might even find out later that they have entire drafts of messages they never sent. The Emperor reversed energy we saw earlier is still so present, but now it's working together with this Knight of Pentacles in such an interesting way. It's like watching someone learn to crawl before they can walk, spiritually speaking. Every time they resist the urge to try to control the situation, every time they stop themselves from demanding answers from you, they're actually building this new kind of strength they never knew they needed. I keep seeing 555 and 808 flashing in my mind, and their guides are telling me these numbers are showing up for them during their most anxious moments. It's like divine confirmation that they're exactly where they need to be, even when their ego is screaming at them to do something, anything to break this silence. Their late night thoughts are so significant right now. I'm specifically getting messages about the hours between 2 and 4 a.m. There's something really powerful happening during these hours. Some of you might notice them being online during these times, or maybe they're telling others about having strange dreams. This is actually when their guides are doing the deepest work with them, helping them process all these emotions they've never really dealt with before. What's really fascinating is how they're becoming this accidental teacher for others. They might be giving advice to friends or coworkers, and suddenly these really profound insights come out of their mouth. Things that are actually messages they need to hear themselves. It's like their higher self is using these conversations as a mirror, showing them the wisdom they already have inside. This 8 of Swords energy is so present right now, showing how their mental prison is slowly transforming into this incredible space for growth. They might still feel stuck or restricted, but what they don't realize is that every anxious thought, every moment of overthinking is actually helping them build this new understanding of themselves and their spiritual path. And now, as I sit with this energy, the 8 of Pentacles is literally jumping out of the deck, and it's showing me something so fascinating about their inner world right now. You see, while they've been in this silence, while they've been in this space of not reaching out, they haven't just been sitting there obsessing. They've been doing this incredibly deep spiritual work, even if they don't realize it themselves. This 8 of Pentacles is connecting so powerfully with that hermit energy we saw earlier. Remember how we talked about those late night moments? Well, now I'm seeing them surrounded by books, by their phone, looking up spiritual meanings, diving into topics they never would have touched before. Their guides are showing me how they're literally becoming a student of life, of spirituality, without even meaning to. Some of them are even finding themselves drawn to things like astrology, tarot, or just diving deep into understanding human behavior and patterns. What's really interesting is how this connects to the King of Swords we saw earlier. Their analytical mind, which used to be all about control and figuring things out, is now becoming this amazing tool for spiritual understanding. But, and this is so important, they're terrified of showing this side of themselves. I keep hearing, what will they think of me? It's like they've discovered this whole new world, but they're keeping it hidden away. I'm getting such strong guidance about the hours between 2 and 4 a.m. Some of them are literally waking up at these hours, getting these incredible insights, maybe even writing them down. Their guides are showing me some of them have actually started keeping notes in their phones or journals, writing down these spiritual discoveries, these patterns they're noticing in life. It's almost like they're being trained as a spiritual teacher, but they're fighting against it so hard. There's this perfectionist energy coming through so strongly. They want to understand everything perfectly before they share anything. Some of you might notice them starting to give really insightful advice to other people, but when it comes to your situation, they clam up completely. It's like they can be this wise teacher for everyone else, but with you, their fear of being vulnerable, of being wrong, just completely takes over. I'm seeing them notice repeating numbers everywhere, 111, 444, 777, but they're trying to rationalize it away. Some of them might even be catching themselves giving this really profound spiritual advice to friends or coworkers and then immediately feeling weird about it, like, where did that come from? Their guides are showing me how these are actually practice runs, helping them build confidence in their spiritual wisdom. This mental space they've created in their silence, it's actually becoming this incredible classroom for their soul. Every time they stop themselves from reaching out to you, every time they sit with that discomfort, instead of trying to control the situation, they're actually learning these profound spiritual lessons. The thing is, they don't realize that all this studying, all this inner work they're doing, it's actually preparing them for something much bigger than just your connection. And what's really fascinating is how this spiritual transformation they're going through is showing up in the cards in such a powerful way. The high priestess keeps making herself known, and she's showing me how your silence has become this mirror for them. It's like every time they check their phone and don't see a message from you, it forces them to look deeper within themselves. Their guides are showing me how this is actually triggering some really deep fears in them, fears they didn't even know they had. I'm feeling so strongly that for many of them, this is bringing up childhood memories of feeling misunderstood or not being heard. The Emperor showing up reversed is really interesting here because it's showing me how their usual way of handling things, being in control, having all the answers, it's just not working anymore. They're realizing that all their logical thinking, all their careful planning, it just falls flat when it comes to understanding this connection with you. The Two of Cups reversed just fell out. And wow, the energy here is so intense. It's showing me how they're literally fighting against their own heart. They want so badly to reach out to express these deep feelings they have, but there's this wall of fear. I'm seeing them actually physically feeling this, like tension in their shoulders, pressure in their chest. Some of them are even getting headaches, especially when they try to push these feelings away. I keep hearing 2 a.m., 4 a.m. over and over. Their guides are showing me how they're being woken up during these hours, and it's not by accident. These are the hours when the veil between our world and the spirit world is thinnest, and they're receiving so many messages during this time. Some of them are having these really vivid dreams about teaching or guiding others, but they're brushing them off as just weird dreams. What's really interesting is how they're accidentally letting their spiritual wisdom slip out. I'm seeing situations where they're giving their friends this really deep, meaningful advice and then catching themselves like, wait, Where did that come from? It's almost like their higher self is practicing using these other situations to help them build confidence in their spiritual gifts. Their guides are showing me how they keep seeing these numbers, 444 and 888 everywhere. These numbers are all about spiritual mastery and abundance, but they're trying so hard to write it off as coincidence. But here's the thing. Every time they try to use logic to explain away these spiritual experiences, it's like they get this physical reminder. I'm seeing headaches, neck tension, this feeling of pressure that won't go away until they acknowledge what's really going on. The cards are showing me that underneath all this resistance, there's this natural teacher energy trying to emerge. They have these moments where they actually start typing out these really deep, heartfelt messages to you. I'm seeing paragraphs and paragraphs of spiritual insights and revelations, but then their ego jumps in and they delete it all. It's like they're caught between this profound spiritual wisdom that's trying to come through and this fear of looking foolish or being too vulnerable. Their guides are showing me how this isn't just about your connection, though that's a huge part of it. They're actually being prepared for a bigger role, a teaching role. But first, they need to learn to trust their own intuition, to be vulnerable, to admit that they don't have all the answers. Every time they resist reaching out to you, every time they try to analyze their way out of these feelings, it's actually pushing them deeper into this spiritual awakening. And what's really amazing is how this resistance to their spiritual gifts is actually becoming their greatest teacher. The star card just came forward, and the energy here is so different from what we were seeing before. It's like all this inner struggle, all this resistance they've been going through is finally starting to crack open into something beautiful. I'm seeing them sitting up late at night, maybe around 3:33 in the morning, and suddenly having these moments of complete clarity that honestly shock them. Looking at how the star is positioned next to the high priestess from earlier, it's showing me that your silence isn't just making them uncomfortable, it's actually forcing them to develop these spiritual gifts they've been trying so hard to ignore. They keep trying to think their way through this, trying to analyze everything about your connection, but their guides are showing me how this is actually part of their journey. It's like they're being rewired from the inside out. I keep hearing teacher becomes the student over and over. What's really interesting is how they're starting to notice these little moments where wisdom just flows through them without thinking. Like they'll be having a normal conversation with someone at work or with a friend, and suddenly they'll say something so profound that even they're surprised by it. But then that analytical mind kicks in and they try to brush it off, try to explain it away. The Hermit's energy is so strong here, showing me how they're really in this cocoon phase right now. They might seem really withdrawn, maybe even a bit cold, but there's so much happening beneath the surface. I'm seeing them starting to write things down, like these long, deep thoughts about life, about spirituality, about your connection. But then that King of Swords energy comes in and they delete it all, thinking it's too out there or not logical enough. Their guides are showing me how they keep finding these spiritual books or articles that exactly match what they're going through, but they're trying so hard to see it as coincidence. They'll be thinking about a specific question, especially about your connection, and boom, the exact answer shows up in something they're reading or watching. It's like the universe is literally spelling things out for them, but they're still trying to find the logical explanation. What's really powerful is how this transformation is affecting their usual thinking patterns. The King of Swords is showing up differently now. It's like their analytical mind is being transformed into something deeper. They're starting to realize that all their knowledge, all their logical thinking, it's actually been preparing them for this spiritual role they're meant to step into. But first, they have to learn to trust these new abilities, these intuitive hits they're getting. I'm seeing them sitting at their desk at work, trying to focus on something logical, something they'd usually be great at, but suddenly being overwhelmed with emotion or intuitive insights. It's like their whole system is being rewired, and while part of them is fighting it, another part is starting to understand that this is exactly what they need. Their guides are showing me numbers. 555 keeps flashing, which is all about major life changes and transformation. And the wild thing is, they're seeing these numbers too, but trying so hard to ignore what they mean. Their resistance to reaching out to you, it's not just about pride anymore. I'm seeing how they're actually scared of the wisdom that comes through when they connect with you. It's like you activate something in them that they can't control with their mind, and that terrifies them. But at the same time, they're being guided to understand that this fear, this resistance, it's actually part of their training. Every time they try to analyze their way out of these feelings, they're actually being pushed deeper into their spiritual awakening. And what's really interesting is how the Hierophant just appeared, showing me exactly why they're going through all of this inner turmoil. Your divine masculine isn't just learning these spiritual lessons for themselves, they're actually being prepared to teach others. I know that might sound crazy given how much they're fighting their own awakening right now, but their guides are showing me so clearly that all this resistance, all this analytical overthinking, it's actually part of their training. I keep seeing them in these situations where people randomly start opening up to them about really deep stuff. Like they'll be in a normal conversation at work or with friends, and suddenly someone's telling them their life story or asking for advice. And the crazy thing is, even though they try to stick to logical answers, this deep wisdom starts flowing through them. It's like their higher self takes over and starts speaking truth that even surprises them. The Hierophant's energy is so strong here, especially when I look back at that high priestess energy we saw earlier. Your silence isn't just teaching them patience, it's teaching them how to hold space for others. Every time they check their phone, hoping for a message from you. Every time they draft a text they never send, they're actually learning one of the most important lessons a spiritual teacher needs to know: how to sit with uncertainty and find wisdom in the silence. I'm getting such strong guidance about the hours between 2 and 4 a.m. If they're waking up during these hours, which I really feel they are, it's because they're receiving downloads of spiritual wisdom. Their guides are literally using their analytical mind as a strength now. Instead of fighting against their need to understand everything, their guides are filling their mind with deep spiritual insights that will help others later. Looking at how the Hierophant connects with that hermit energy from earlier, I can see that what feels like lonely late night overthinking sessions are actually sacred training grounds. They keep seeing the number 4B4, and while their logical mind probably Googled it, trying to find some rational explanation, their guides are using these angel numbers to remind them they're being divinely guided toward their true purpose. This King of Swords energy that's been so prominent, that analytical, sometimes overthinking part of them, it's actually being transformed into something really beautiful. All those hours they spend analyzing your connection, trying to figure out why you're silent, why they can't just reach out. It's teaching them how to bridge the gap between logical understanding and spiritual wisdom. They're learning how to explain deep spiritual concepts in ways that other overthinking people will understand later. I'm seeing them actually starting to write things down like they can't help themselves. Maybe in their notes app or in a journal they'd never admit to keeping. Their guides are showing me how these private thoughts, these midnight revelations they're too embarrassed to share right now, are actually going to become teaching tools for others who are just starting their spiritual journey. And now with the Six of Pentacles showing up, I'm really understanding more about why they're holding back all this wisdom they're gathering. There's this really deep pattern here that their guides want me to share with you. You see, in the past, whenever they tried to share their deeper thoughts or wisdom with others, they were often dismissed or made to feel like they were being too intense. I'm specifically seeing a situation maybe from their teenage years or early 20s where they opened up about something really meaningful to them and someone important in their life just kind of brushed it off or even laughed. That experience and others like it created this really complicated relationship with sharing their knowledge. It's like they developed this protective shell around their wisdom. They're constantly catching themselves wanting to share deep insights, but then immediately pulling back. I'm literally feeling this tension in my throat chakra as I talk about it. This is exactly what they're experiencing when they try to reach out to you. The Six of Pentacles is really interesting here because it's all about giving and receiving, but in their case, it's showing up in this shadow aspect. Their guides are showing me how they're actually struggling with this balance of when to teach and when to learn. Like they'll be in these moments where they have this amazing insight they want to share with you, but then their ego jumps in and says, "Who are you to think you know anything worth sharing?" I keep seeing them picking up their phone, opening their messages, maybe even typing something really profound, and then deleting it all. The numbers 555 and 888 keep flashing in their mind during these moments. Their guides are literally trying to push them to embrace this teacher energy, but their analytical mind keeps getting in the way. It's like they're trying to prove to themselves that they're not qualified to share these insights. But here's what's really fascinating. While they're keeping silent with you, they're actually starting to leak this wisdom in other areas of their life. Like they'll be in a casual conversation at work or with friends, and suddenly they'll say something so profound that it surprises even them. Their guides are showing me that these are actually practice runs, helping them build confidence in their natural teaching abilities. What's really powerful is how this connects back to that Hierophant energy we saw earlier. Their analytical mind isn't just transforming, it's becoming this amazing bridge between practical and spiritual understanding. They're learning how to take these complex spiritual concepts and break them down in ways that even the most logical people can understand. But right now, they're in this intense internal pressure cooker, feeling like they need to perfect their understanding before they can share anything. The most interesting part is that your silence is actually helping them develop this gift. Every time they sit with their thoughts about you, trying to analyze what's happening, they're actually developing this beautiful ability to hold space for others' growth. It's like they're unknowingly apprenticing with the very energy they're struggling against. Their dreams lately have been filled with scenes of them teaching or guiding others through situations that feel strangely familiar. Their higher self is literally using their sleep state to help them practice this role they're meant to step into. And during the day, they keep finding themselves in these random situations where people just naturally turn to them for advice, like the universe is giving them little opportunities to practice. You know, while I'm sitting with their energy right now, this Page of Swords keeps wanting to come forward, and it's showing me something so interesting about their inner world. It's like they've got all this spiritual wisdom bubbling up inside them, but they're approaching it with this almost childlike uncertainty. The High Priestess energy we saw earlier is still so strong, but now I'm understanding that your silence is actually forcing them to confront this really deep part of themselves they've been trying to ignore. I'm getting this really clear image of them sitting up late at night, maybe around 2 or 3 a.m., and they're having these incredible spiritual insights. But instead of embracing them, they're trying to analyze everything to death. It's like watching someone try to catch water with a net. The more they try to control these spiritual downloads with their logical mind, the more frustrated they get. The King of Swords energy that's been showing up throughout this reading is really telling us about this internal battle they're facing. On one side, they've got this amazing ability to break down complex spiritual concepts and explain them to others. But every time they start to step into this role, especially with you, there's this voice in their head saying, "Who do you think you are? You're not qualified to teach anyone anything." What's really fascinating is how the number 333 keeps showing up in their life, especially when they're thinking about reaching out to you. Their guides are literally trying to tell them that their spiritual gifts are real and valid, but their analytical mind keeps dismissing these signs as coincidences. I'm seeing them actually writing down some of these synchronicities in their phone notes, but then quickly deleting them because they feel silly for paying attention to them. The Hermit card is really significant here because it's showing me how they're being forced into this deep introspection phase. But here's what's interesting. They're not just hiding from you. They're actually hiding from their own spiritual gifts. I'm getting this really strong message that they have this natural ability to counsel and guide others. But every time someone comes to them for advice, they get this tension in their shoulders. It's like their body is physically reacting to this resistance they have about stepping into their wisdom. They've been having these really vivid dreams lately where they're standing in front of groups of people teaching them about spiritual concepts. But when they wake up, they dismiss these dreams because they don't fit with how they see themselves. Their guides are showing me that these dreams are actually practice runs. helping them get comfortable with this new role they're meant to step into. It's almost comical how the universe keeps creating these little teaching moments for them. Like they'll be in the middle of a normal conversation and suddenly they'll say something so profound that it surprises even them. But instead of recognizing this as their spiritual gifts emerging, they brush it off or make jokes about it. They've even been feeling this unexplained pull to visit places like bookstores or libraries lately, but they keep telling themselves it's just random curiosity. Your silence is actually playing this crucial role in their development. Every time they think about reaching out to you but hold back, it's creating this pressure cooker effect where their spiritual wisdom is building and building. The Page of Swords is showing me that they're right on the edge of accepting this student-teacher dynamic within themselves. But first, they need to accept that it's okay to be both, to be learning while also sharing what they know. You know what's really fascinating about this whole situation is that I'm seeing this Six of Pentacles come forward and it's showing me something so deep about their soul purpose. While they're obsessing over your silence, there's this whole other layer happening beneath the surface. Their guides are showing me this beautiful image of them standing between two paths. On one side, they're receiving all this spiritual wisdom, and on the other, they're meant to be giving it away to others. But right now, they're stuck in the middle, almost frozen with uncertainty. I keep seeing this really strong connection between the Hermit energy we talked about earlier and this new Six of Pentacles energy. It's like their time alone isn't just about missing you, it's literally rewiring their entire spiritual system. They're being prepared for something so much bigger than they realize. I'm actually feeling pressure in my throat chakra right now as I'm telling you this, and that's exactly what they're experiencing, especially during these really early morning hours, like between 2 and 4 a.m. It's like their throat chakra is being activated, opened up, getting ready for them to speak these spiritual truths. Remember that King of Swords energy we saw earlier? Well, now I'm understanding why it kept showing up so strongly. Their analytical mind, the very thing that's making them overthink everything about your connection, is actually being transformed into this amazing teaching tool. It's like they're being given this gift of breaking down complex spiritual concepts into simple terms that anyone can understand. But here's the thing, they're fighting it so hard because they don't feel worthy of being in that teaching role. The star card that showed up earlier is making so much more sense now, too. Their guides are showing me that their vulnerability, the very thing they're trying to hide from you, is actually their greatest gift as a teacher. When they finally step into this role, it's their own struggles and uncertainties that will make them such an effective guide for others. I'm seeing really clear signs in their daily life that this is already happening, like people at work or even strangers are suddenly starting to come to them with their problems. They'll be in the middle of a regular conversation and suddenly they'll say something so profound that it surprises even them. But instead of recognizing these moments as signs of their spiritual gifts, they're brushing them off as coincidences. Their mind keeps spinning with thoughts about why you're so quiet, what you're thinking, what you're not saying. But what they don't realize is that each of these obsessive thoughts is actually a spiritual download in disguise. It's like their higher self is using their fixation on your silence as a doorway to pour in all this wisdom they're meant to share with others. Every time they lay awake at night thinking about you, they're actually receiving these incredible spiritual insights. But they're so focused on the surface level of missing you that they're missing the deeper message. You're actually playing this crucial role in their spiritual awakening without even trying. Your silence is creating this space where they're being forced to sit with these gifts they've been trying to ignore. It's like every time they want to reach out to you, but hold back, it creates another crack in their ego's resistance to this spiritual teacher role they're meant to step into. And speaking of that spiritual teacher role they're meant to step into, I just pulled the Hierophant reversed, and wow, the energy of this card is hitting me so strongly right now. It's showing me exactly why they're struggling so much with accepting this part of themselves. You see, the Hierophant reversed is all about breaking away from traditional teaching methods, but there's this deep, deep fear coming through. It's like they've got all this wisdom bubbling up inside them, especially during those quiet night hours, but they're terrified of being seen as some kind of spiritual fraud. I'm actually getting chills right now because their guides are showing me these really specific moments, like they'll be lying in bed at 3 or 4 in the morning, and suddenly these profound spiritual insights just start flowing through them. They might even grab their phone or a notebook and start writing things down. But come morning, they look at what they wrote and their logical mind tries to dismiss it all. That King of Swords energy we saw earlier is actually working against them right now, making them overthink and question every spiritual download they receive. You know what's really interesting? I keep seeing the number sequences 333 and 444 appearing around them. Their guides are using these numbers to try to get their attention, to show them they're supported in this journey. But here's the funny thing. They're probably seeing these numbers and thinking they're messages about your connection, when really they're signs pointing to their own spiritual awakening. I'm feeling this really strong throat chakra activation as I'm telling you this. It's like there's this pressure, this almost uncomfortable sensation, and that's exactly what they're experiencing. Their throat chakra is opening up, getting ready for them to share these spiritual messages, but their ego is fighting it so hard. The Hermit card we saw earlier makes perfect sense now. This isolation they're experiencing isn't just about missing you. It's literally forcing them to confront their true nature as a spiritual guide. Well, their guides are showing me these really specific situations where people are naturally drawn to them for advice. Like, they'll be in the middle of a normal conversation at work or with friends, and suddenly they'll say something so profound that it catches everyone off guard, including themselves. But instead of recognizing these as moments of divine channeling, they're brushing them off as coincidences or just good advice. The resistance I'm seeing in this reversed Hierophant is so strong, but it's actually a perfect mirror of their inner conflict. They've got this incredible gift of being able to bridge the gap between spiritual wisdom and practical everyday understanding. But every time they step into that teaching role, even accidentally, their ego jumps in with all these doubts and fears about being judged or rejected. It's like they're afraid that if they fully embrace this spiritual teacher role, they'll somehow lose their logical, grounded side. But that's exactly what makes their teaching style so special and accessible to others. Their analytical mind isn't meant to be shut down. It's meant to be transformed into this amazing tool for explaining complex spiritual concepts in ways that actually make sense to people. But right now, they're so caught up in analyzing your silence. They're missing how this very experience is preparing them for their larger purpose. What's really powerful is how this ties directly into what I'm seeing with the Nine of Wands that just came forward. This energy is so heavy. I need to take a moment to really feel into it. It's showing me their final line of defense, these last walls they've built up. And I have to tell you, these aren't just regular emotional barriers. These are the kind of defenses that come from years of protecting that sensitive, wise part of themselves that they've tried so hard to hide. The high priestess that came through earlier is still so active in this reading, and she's showing me exactly how your silence is affecting them. It's like your quiet knowing is actually amplifying their own intuitive abilities, whether they want it or not. They're starting to have these moments, especially between 2 and 4 in the morning, where they're hit with these waves of emotion and understanding that their logical mind can't explain away anymore. I'm getting such a strong message about their throat chakra again. They're physically feeling this pressure, this tightness whenever they try to express their feelings to you. It's like their body is literally fighting against their mind's attempts to stay closed off. And what's fascinating is how this connects to the Emperor card that showed up in reverse. Their whole structure of control is just crumbling. They're used to being the one who has everything figured out. Who could think their way through without four? But your silence has completely disrupted that pattern. The Eight of Swords energy is still so present, but it's shifting. You know how when you've been sitting in one position for too long and your legs start to tingle as the circulation comes back? That's what's happening to them mentally. All these self-imposed restrictions, these mental prisons they built to keep their spiritual side contained, they're starting to dissolve. And yes, it's uncomfortable for them, but it's absolutely necessary. I keep seeing them reaching for their phone, typing out these long, deep messages to you, full of spiritual insights and emotional truths, but then deleting them before sending. Their guides are showing me that each time they do this, it's actually a form of practice, helping them get more comfortable with expressing these deeper truths, even if they're not ready to share them yet. What's really interesting is how they're starting to accidentally slip into this teacher role with others. They'll be having a normal conversation, and suddenly this profound wisdom comes through them. It catches them off guard every time, and I can feel how it both excites and terrifies them. It's like their higher self is giving them these little previews of their true potential, while their ego is still trying to maintain that image of the logical, analytical person who doesn't believe in all this spiritual stuff. The number sequences 333 and 444 keep flashing in my vision. Their guides are using these numbers as waypoints, little breadcrumbs leading them toward accepting their true nature. These numbers usually show up right when they're in the middle of one of their thought spirals about you, trying to analyze their way out of these feelings. And it's so interesting because right as I was talking about those number sequences, the 10 of Pentacles literally jumped out of the deck. This is huge confirmation of what their spirit team has been trying to show me about their true path. You see, while they're struggling with all these deleted messages and midnight revelations, there's this bigger picture unfolding. The 10 of Pentacles isn't just about material success. In this case, it's showing me their soul's legacy, this incredible spiritual wisdom they're meant to share with others. I really need to sit with this energy for a moment because I'm getting such strong downloads about how this connects to their hermit energy we saw earlier. They've been in this forced isolation, yes, but it's like watching a caterpillar in its cocoon. What feels like being stuck alone is actually this sacred transformation happening. Their analytical mind, that King of Swords energy we saw before, it's not going away. It's being upgraded, rewired to bridge the gap between logical thinking and spiritual wisdom. I'm literally getting chills right now because I can feel how intensely they're fighting this change. That devil card that came through earlier, it's showing me how their obsessive thoughts about you are actually a doorway. Every time they try to logically figure out why they can't stop thinking about you, they accidentally stumble into deeper spiritual insights. It's like they're trying to solve a math problem, but keep finding poetry instead. I need to pause here because I'm seeing something so specific. They've been experiencing this weird pressure in their upper back, right between their shoulder blades. This is their resistance to surrendering, their body physically holding on to control. And what's fascinating is how often this tension gets worse when they drive past places that remind them of you. It's like their body is literally pushing them to acknowledge these spiritual connections they're trying so hard to ignore. The guides are showing me how they've started reading or watching things they would have rolled their eyes at just a few months ago. They might catch themselves looking up articles about twin flames or suddenly feeling drawn to books about spiritual awakening. But here's what's really interesting. They're still trying to approach it all from this analytical perspective, like they're doing research instead of admitting they're on a spiritual journey. I'm seeing them in these everyday situations, like at work or with friends, and suddenly wisdom just flows through them. They'll say something profound without even thinking about it, and then feel almost embarrassed, like, where did that come from? Their guides are laughing about this because it's their true nature starting to peek through all these walls they've built. That sage-like wisdom, that spiritual teacher energy, it's who they really are, even if their ego is still trying to deny it. Your silence is so powerful in all of this. Every time they check their phone and don't see a message from you, it's like another crack in their logical fortress. They're being forced to sit with these feelings, these knowings that can't be explained by their usual analytical thinking. And while their ego is still fighting it, still trying to maintain control, their soul is slowly accepting this transformation. And you know what's really fascinating about this transformation they're going through? Just as I'm sitting with this energy, the Tower card literally jumps out, and it's showing me something so deep about their inner world right now. Everything they thought they knew about themselves, all these walls they built to keep their feelings locked away, it's all crumbling. But here's the thing. It's not just falling apart randomly. This Tower moment is actually revealing this amazing hidden wisdom they've always had inside. I keep seeing them sitting alone late at night, maybe around 2 or 3 in the morning, and these profound thoughts just keep flooding in. They might even find themselves reaching for their phone to write things down, and then they stop themselves because their ego jumps in like, "What are you doing? This isn't logical." But those midnight insights, that's their true sage nature trying to break free. It's wild because this connects so perfectly with that high priestess energy we saw earlier. Your silence has created this space where they can't hide from themselves anymore. I'm actually seeing them driving in their car, passing places that remind them of you, and suddenly these deep truths just pop into their head. It's like they're becoming this spiritual teacher without even meaning to. People at work or friends might come to them with problems, and wisdom just flows out of them naturally. But, oh my goodness, there's such a strong energy around their throat chakra. I'm feeling this tightness, this restriction, and it's showing me how they're still fighting against sharing these deeper parts of themselves. The 8 of Swords energy is so present here. They've created these mental prison bars, telling themselves they can't be vulnerable, can't show this softer, wiser side of themselves. You know what's really interesting? I keep seeing the number 5555 appearing around them, especially when they're feeling most anxious about these changes. Their guides are using these numbers to remind them that this breakdown of their ego defenses is actually part of a bigger transformation. It's like they're being stripped of all these protective layers they've built up over years of trying to avoid getting hurt. The Hermit's energy is so strong here too, showing me how this forced introspection is actually a blessing in disguise. Every time they try to analyze why you're silent, why they can't stop thinking about you, they accidentally tap into this deeper well of wisdom inside themselves. It's almost comical how their analytical mind keeps trying to solve this like a puzzle, but instead they keep stumbling into these profound spiritual realizations. I'm getting such a clear message about how they give advice to others now. It's like they surprise themselves with the depth of what comes out of their mouth. They'll be in the middle of a conversation, and suddenly this incredibly wise perspective just flows through them. But then I can feel how quickly they pull back after these moments, almost embarrassed by showing that side of themselves. And what's really amazing about these moments when they share wisdom with others is that it's actually preparing them for something bigger. The Ace of Swords just flew out of the deck, and wow, the energy around this card is so intense. It's like watching someone finally being able to see through all the fog and confusion they've been stuck in. Their mind is literally transforming right now, becoming this incredible tool for spiritual understanding instead of just logic and analysis. I keep getting this really strong image of them sitting at their desk at work or maybe in their car, and suddenly these profound spiritual insights just drop into their mind out of nowhere. It's like their higher self is downloading wisdom straight into their consciousness, especially during those quiet hours between 2 and 4 a.m. If you've been noticing them posting things on social media or sending messages that seem deeper than usual and then maybe deleting them quickly, that's exactly what I'm talking about. They're getting these amazing spiritual downloads, but their ego is still fighting so hard to maintain control. You know what's really interesting? I'm feeling this intense pressure in my shoulders as I'm connecting with their energy. This is showing me how much tension they're carrying from trying to resist this natural role they're stepping into as a teacher and guide for others. They might even be finding themselves giving surprisingly deep advice to friends or coworkers, and then afterward thinking, where did that come from? The number 444 keeps flashing in my mind, especially when I look at this Ace of Swords. Your guides want you to know this is all divinely timed. They're showing me how your person is actually being prepared for this huge spiritual awakening. But their analytical mind, which shows up so strongly in that King of Swords energy we saw earlier, is trying to make sense of everything in a logical way. But here's the thing, the more they try to analyze it, the more they're actually opening themselves up to even deeper spiritual insights. I'm seeing them driving past places that remind them of you, and in these moments, they're getting hit with these waves of understanding that go way beyond just missing you. It's like every memory of you is actually a doorway to higher wisdom. They might find themselves suddenly understanding complex spiritual concepts or seeing connections they never noticed before. But there's this fear, I can feel it so strongly, this fear of being seen as too spiritual or too soft by others. The high priestess energy we saw earlier is still so present, showing how your silence has become this powerful catalyst for their spiritual growth. It's almost like the less you say, the more their inner wisdom has space to emerge. They're learning that sometimes the most profound teachings come through silence, even though their ego is still fighting against this understanding. What's fascinating is that I'm seeing them actually becoming a mediator in other people's conflicts without even trying. People are naturally starting to come to them for advice, drawn to this new wisdom they're embodying, even if they're not fully aware of it themselves. There's this beautiful irony in how their analytical mind, which they used for so long as a shield against vulnerability, is now becoming this perfect channel for spiritual insights. It's really fascinating because right as I'm tuning into how they're becoming this wisdom channel for others, I'm being drawn to pull another card for clarity about what's really going on beneath the surface. And wow, the Two of Cups has come out reversed. This is so telling because it's showing me exactly why there's such an internal struggle happening for them right now. You see, as all of this spiritual wisdom is flooding in, as they're having these profound moments of insight, there's this deep, deep fear of being emotionally exposed. It's like they've built this perfect fortress of logic and reason, but now their soul is asking them to be vulnerable in a way they've never experienced before. I'm feeling this intense throat chakra activation, as I say this, almost like a tightening sensation. And it's showing me how they're literally choking back their deeper truths. The guides are showing me such specific moments, like when they're lying in bed at night and these incredible spiritual insights are flowing through them. They might even be reaching for their phone to message you about these realizations, typing out these long, deep messages. And then that fear kicks in and they delete everything. The guides are actually laughing a little bit about this because they're showing me it's happened more times than you'd believe. What's really powerful about this Two of Cups being reversed is how it's revealing this beautiful paradox. The very thing that's making them pull back, this fear of emotional vulnerability, is actually pushing them deeper into their spiritual awakening. Every time they resist opening up to you, it forces them to turn inward, which leads to even more spiritual downloads and insights. I'm being shown these really specific moments where they're giving surprisingly profound advice to others, maybe at work or with friends. And then afterward, they almost feel shocked by their own wisdom. It's like their higher self is speaking through them in these moments when their guard is down. But then as soon as they realize how open they're being, that ego kicks back in and they retreat back into their analytical shell. The guides keep highlighting these specific numbers, 333 and 444, showing up in their experience. These are massive signs of spiritual awakening and divine guidance. But here's what's interesting. They're noticing these numbers most often when they're thinking about reaching out to you. It's like the universe is trying to reassure them that it's safe to be vulnerable, safe to share their wisdom, but that King of Swords energy we saw earlier is still trying to maintain control through logic and analysis. Your silence, though, it's doing something remarkable. Every moment you're not reaching out is creating this space where their own inner wisdom can echo louder. It's like they're being forced to listen to their own spiritual guidance because they can't get answers from you. The high priestess energy we saw earlier is working through you, teaching them that sometimes the deepest wisdom comes through silence and introspection. There's this incredible transformation happening where their analytical mind is actually becoming a bridge to their spiritual understanding rather than a barrier. But right now, it's like they're standing on this bridge caught between two worlds, the logical, analytical world they've always known, and this new realm of spiritual wisdom that's calling them forward. And you know what's really powerful about this moment they're in? As I'm sitting with their energy right now, I'm being drawn to pull another card to understand what's happening in their shadow self, those hidden parts they're trying so hard to keep concealed. The Page of Pentacles is coming forward, and honestly, this makes so much perfect sense with everything else we've been seeing. This Page of Pentacles is showing me something really interesting about their inner world right now. They've got all this wisdom building up inside them, like we saw with that King of Swords energy. But deep down, there's this part of them that still feels like a student. It's almost like they're stuck between these two roles, the wise teacher they're meant to be and the eternal student they've always been comfortable being. I'm getting such a clear message about their sleep patterns lately. The guides are showing me them waking up at really specific times, especially between 2 and 4 in the morning. During these hours, they're getting these incredible downloads of wisdom, but instead of embracing them, they're almost trying to analyze them to death. It's like their mind is saying, but how can I be sure this is real? How do I know I'm qualified to share this? You know what's really fascinating? The guides are showing me how your silence is actually working like a spiritual catalyst for them. Every time they check their phone and don't see a message from you, it's forcing them to sit with these spiritual insights that are coming through. The Hermit card we saw earlier is playing such a huge role here. It's like they're being pushed into this cave of self-discovery, whether they like it or not. I'm feeling this really specific tension in my shoulder area as I'm channeling this, and the guides are saying this is exactly what they're experiencing. It's like they're physically carrying the weight of all this unshared wisdom. They're having these moments, especially at work or with friends, where wisdom just flows through them naturally. Someone will come to them with a problem, and before they can even think about it, this profound advice just comes out of their mouth. But then, and this is so interesting, they almost immediately pull back, like they're scared of their own power. The Six of Pentacles keeps coming back into my mind here, and it's showing this really delicate balance they're trying to figure out. When you're a natural teacher, a wisdom keeper, there's this constant dance between giving and receiving knowledge, but they've got these old wounds from times when they were the student. Maybe times when they were made to feel small for what they knew, or when their insights weren't valued. These experiences are making them so hesitant to step into their teacher role now. I'm seeing them literally coming across spiritual content randomly, books falling off shelves, specific YouTube videos popping up, even overhearing conversations about spirituality in the most unexpected places. It's like the universe is trying to remind them of their true nature as a wisdom keeper. But there's this intense internal battle happening between their ego, which wants to stay safe and analytical, and their soul, which is ready to embrace this deeper spiritual calling. The really beautiful thing about this Page of Pentacles energy, though, is that it's showing they're right on the edge of a major breakthrough. All this tension between being a student and a teacher, between logic and intuition, it's actually creating the perfect conditions for their transformation. And you know what's really fascinating about this transformation they're going through? I just felt pulled to grab another card for deeper clarity about this inner battle, and the Five of Cups just came forward. This is so powerful because it's showing me exactly why they're struggling with stepping into their true power right now. When I look at this Five of Cups, I'm seeing them literally mourning their old self, that purely logical, analytical person they used to be. It's like they're standing at the edge of this huge change, looking back at all these cups that have spilled, representing everything they thought they knew about themselves. But what they don't realize is that there are still two cups standing behind them, and these cups hold something so much more valuable than what they're leaving behind. The guides are showing me such specific scenes from their daily life right now. They're finding themselves in these situations where people are just naturally coming to them for advice. Maybe it's a coworker during lunch break or a friend calling late at night, but they keep ending up in these moments where wisdom just flows through them without even trying. And you know what's really interesting? After these moments, they almost get scared of their own wisdom. I'm seeing them literally shaking their head after giving profound advice, like they're trying to brush it off. This connects so perfectly with that hermit energy we saw earlier. They're being forced into this deep introspection, but it's not just about being alone. It's about discovering this whole new side of themselves. The guides are showing me them sitting up in bed around 3 a.m., having these incredible insights, maybe even about your connection, but then their analytical mind jumps in, trying to make sense of it all. I'm getting such a strong message about their throat chakra right now. There's this buzzing, tingling sensation, and the guides are saying this is literally their spiritual voice trying to emerge. They might be experiencing actual physical sensations in their throat, maybe even finding themselves randomly humming or wanting to sing. These are all signs of their spiritual teacher energy trying to come through. What's really powerful is how these numbers 333 and 444 keep showing up for them, especially when they're thinking deeply about life or about your connection. The guides are saying these numbers are divine confirmation of their path as a wisdom keeper. Every time they see these numbers, it's like a little nudge from the universe saying, yes, you're meant to share your wisdom. The really beautiful thing about this King of Swords energy transforming is that it's not about losing their analytical mind. It's about elevating it. Their logical thinking wasn't a mistake or a detour. It was actually preparation for this bigger role. Every book they've read, every logical conclusion they've reached, it's all been training for this moment of becoming a spiritual teacher who can bridge both worlds. But right now, with this Five of Cups energy, they're in this space of grief and resistance. They're feeling this deep sadness about letting go of their old identity. And honestly, your silence is making this process even more intense when they can't reach out to you, when they're sitting with all these unspoken thoughts. It's actually forcing them to develop their spiritual muscles even stronger. And you know what's really powerful about this silence they're experiencing from you? The Six of Wands just came forward, and it's showing me something so interesting about what's really happening beneath the surface. There's this energy of victory here, but it's not the kind of victory they're used to. It's not about winning in the external world anymore. It's about finally winning the battle with their own ego. I'm seeing them sitting at their desk at work or maybe in their home office, and they keep catching themselves just staring into space. These moments that used to be filled with planning and strategy are now filled with these deep insights that honestly kind of scare them. It's like their analytical mind is being rewired to pick up on energy and emotion instead of just facts and figures. The guides are showing me such specific moments. They're waking up between 2 and 4 a.m., their mind racing with all these thoughts about life, about spirituality, about your connection. They might be feeling this weird tension in their shoulders and upper back, and that's actually their spiritual awareness trying to expand. It's like their body is physically adjusting to hold this new energy. What's really fascinating is how they keep trying to reach out to you in these really calculated ways. I'm seeing them writing these long, detailed messages, analyzing every word, but then deleting them before sending. The Six of Wands here is showing me that this struggle, this inability to just send a simple message is actually part of their victory story. Every deleted message is actually a moment of growth, teaching them that true connection goes beyond words. Remember how we saw the Emperor reversed earlier? That energy is still so present, but it's evolving. They're learning that true power isn't about control, it's about surrender. I keep seeing them in these situations where they're giving amazing advice to others, wisdom just flowing through them naturally, but then their analytical mind jumps in afterwards trying to understand where those insights came from. The guides are showing me these really specific numbers, 444 and 505, keep appearing to them, especially when they're thinking about reaching out to you. And you know what's beautiful? These numbers are actually confirmation that they're exactly where they need to be in this process. Every time they resist reaching out, every time they sit in this uncomfortable silence, they're actually building their spiritual strength. I'm feeling this really strong throat chakra activation as I'm looking at these cards. They might be experiencing actual physical sensations, maybe a tightening or tingling in their throat, especially when they think about expressing their feelings to you. This is their spiritual voice trying to emerge, but in a completely new way. Instead of being the loud, authoritative voice they're used to, it's becoming this quiet, wise presence. The songs that keep playing when they're driving or at work, They're not random. Each one is carrying a message, triggering these deep emotional memories they've kept buried. But instead of analyzing these feelings like they used to, they're starting to just let themselves feel them. It's like watching someone learn a whole new language, the language of energy and emotion. And there's something so powerful happening with this Nine of Pentacles energy that just came through as they're sitting with all these feelings, processing these emotions through music and numbers. They're actually stepping into this really beautiful sage-like energy. It's like watching someone who's always been a teacher at heart finally realize their true calling. You know how sometimes the strictest teachers end up being the ones who impact us the most? That's the energy I'm getting here. This masculine's analytical mind, the part of them that's always needed to understand everything, is being transformed into this incredible wisdom. But it's not happening the way they expected. Instead of learning from books or courses or mentors, they're learning from this silence, your silence. I'm feeling such strong energy around their throat chakra still, but it's shifting. It's like they're learning to speak a whole new language. Before, they were fluent in the language of facts and figures, of corporate meetings and strategic plans. Now they're starting to speak the language of intuition, of energy, of the heart. And you know what's really interesting? People around them are starting to notice. I'm seeing these really specific scenarios playing out. They might be in the middle of a work meeting and suddenly they say something so profound, so deeply wise that everyone just stops and looks at them. It's like, where did that come from? And the truth is, it came from this space of forced introspection that your silence created. The Nine of Pentacles is showing me something really beautiful about their independence too. You see, while they've been materially independent, successful in the outer world, they're now developing the spiritual independence. They're waking up between 2 and 4 a.m., the spiritual hours. And instead of fighting it like they used to, they're starting to embrace these moments of clarity. I'm getting such strong confirmation about the numbers 333 and 444 showing up for them. These aren't just random numbers on a clock or a license plate. They're divine signals of their awakening. Every time they see these numbers, especially when they're thinking about reaching out to you, it's their guides confirming they're exactly where they need to be. Their professional skills, the way they can break down complex problems, the way they can see patterns and connections are suddenly being used in this completely different way. Instead of just applying these skills to business problems, they're starting to use them to understand spiritual concepts, to decode the messages the universe is sending them. But here's the really interesting part, and I just got chills as this came through. They're actually becoming a kind of spiritual teacher without even realizing it. People are starting to come to them for advice, not just about practical matters, but about life, about meaning, about purpose. It's like all their analytical skills are being rewired, transformed into this beautiful spiritual wisdom. And even though they're still fighting it sometimes, still trying to control it with their mind, the transformation is happening whether they're ready or not. And what's really fascinating about this transformation they're going through is how it's showing up in their everyday life. I just pulled the Page of Pentacles and wow, the energy here is so telling. You know how sometimes the most stubborn people can become the most dedicated students once they finally open their hearts. That's exactly what's happening with this masculine right now. They're experiencing this really intense internal battle. On one side, there's this part of them that's always been the expert, the one with all the answers. We saw that with the King of Swords energy earlier, but now this Page of Pentacles is showing me how they're secretly becoming this spiritual student, even though they're trying so hard to hide it from everyone, especially you. I'm getting such a clear message about their late night habits. They're staying up way too late, looking up things like twin flame symptoms or spiritual awakening signs. Then they're quickly deleting their browser history, almost like they're embarrassed about this new side of themselves. It's actually kind of sweet. If you think about it, this person who's always had everything figured out is now secretly taking their first steps on a spiritual path. The High Priestess energy we saw earlier is still so strong here, showing me how your silence is literally forcing them to develop their own intuition. It's like they've always been good at solving problems with their mind, but now they're having to learn this completely new way of understanding things through their heart, through their gut feelings. I'm seeing them sitting at their desk at work, probably around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and suddenly getting these really deep spiritual insights. They might be in the middle of a spreadsheet or a meeting, and boom, they start understanding concepts about energy, about connection, about divine timing. But here's the funny part. They're still trying to analyze these spiritual insights with their logical mind. It's like they're trying to create a business plan for their spiritual awakening. The Emperor reversed energy is still really present too, showing me how much they're struggling with this loss of control. They're used to being the one who knows everything, the one who's in charge. But your silence, combined with these unexpected spiritual downloads they're getting, is forcing them to admit that maybe they don't have all the answers. And that's actually perfect. It's exactly what needed to happen. I'm seeing them start to write you these really deep messages about their spiritual revelations, but then they delete them before sending. They're afraid of looking foolish, afraid of admitting that maybe they're not as all-knowing as they've pretended to be. But what they don't realize is that this vulnerability, this willingness to be a student again, is actually making them more authentic, more relatable, more genuinely wise. And you know what's really interesting about their spiritual journey right now? I just got hit with this really strong energy from the 8 of Swords, and it's showing me exactly why they're struggling so much with reaching out to you. Their mind has literally become like this prison they built for themselves. They're sitting there probably late at night, just going around and around in circles with their thoughts about you and this connection. I'm actually seeing them with their phone in their hand, and there's this energy of them writing these really deep, meaningful messages to you. We're talking paragraphs and paragraphs of their true feelings. But then that 8 of Swords energy kicks in. They start overthinking everything, wondering if they sound stupid, if they're making too big a deal out of things, if they're seeing signs that aren't really there. And then delete, delete, delete. All those honest words just disappear. The High Priestess energy we talked about earlier is still so present, and she's showing me how your silence is actually the perfect medicine for their overthinking. It's like the less you say, the more they're forced to sit with their own thoughts and feelings. And here's what's really wild. Your silence is actually helping them tap into this hidden wise part of themselves that they didn't even know was there. I keep seeing the number 555 showing up for them and 888 too. These numbers are literally following them everywhere on clocks, license plates, receipts. And every time they see these numbers, they get this little jolt, like their soul is trying to wake them up. But then their logical mind jumps in and tries to explain it all away. The Emperor reversed is still playing such a big role here, showing me how they're really struggling with this loss of control. But what's fascinating is how the Hermit card is working with this energy. They're being forced into this deep spiritual timeout. And even though their ego is fighting it, their soul is actually loving it. I'm seeing them giving really meaningful advice to people at work or to friends and then being surprised by their own wisdom. It's like, who even am I right now? They're experiencing these intense periods of wakefulness between 2 and 4 a.m. And during these times, they're getting these really powerful spiritual insights. But instead of embracing this newfound wisdom, they're still trying to analyze it, still trying to make it fit into their old way of thinking. I'm actually feeling this tension in their shoulders right now. It's like their body is physically holding on to this resistance to change. But here's the really beautiful part. Beneath all this mental chaos, there's this emerging sage energy. When they drive past places that remind them of you, or when they're alone and really honest with themselves, they can feel this deep wisdom wanting to come through. It's like they're slowly realizing that maybe all the answers they've been looking for aren't in their head, they're in their heart. And it's really interesting because this wisdom that's trying to emerge in them, I'm seeing it so clearly with the Queen of Pentacles here. It's like they're actually becoming this spiritual teacher without even realizing it. But there's this huge internal battle happening because their ego is fighting it so hard. You know how some people just naturally give the best advice? That's what's happening with them. But every time they do it, they almost shock themselves like, where did that even come from? I'm really feeling their energy right now. And it's so funny because they're literally writing these deep spiritual insights in their notes app at like 2 or 3 in the morning. They'll wake up, grab their phone, and just start typing these really profound thoughts. But then when the sun comes up, they look at what they wrote and their logical mind tries to dismiss it all. It's like they're afraid to embrace this deeper, wiser part of themselves. Remember how we saw the High Priestess earlier? Well, she's still working her magic here, showing me how your silence is actually pushing them to access this hidden sage nature they have. They're experiencing these really intense moments where they feel their throat chakra activating. You know that feeling of pressure or tightness in your throat? That's happening when they're holding back from sharing these spiritual insights they're getting. The King of Swords energy is so present here, but it's transforming. Instead of using their analytical mind to control everything, they're starting to realize that maybe their overthinking has actually been blocking their natural wisdom all along. I keep seeing the numbers 1333 and 444 showing up for them, like everywhere they look. These are huge signs of spiritual awakening and angelic guidance. But of course, their logical mind is trying to explain it all away. You know what's really fascinating? They're finding themselves in these situations where people are coming to them for advice, and without even thinking about it, they're saying exactly what that person needs to hear. It's like this natural teaching ability is just flowing through them. But as soon as they realize what's happening, they get all uncomfortable and try to backtrack. I'm actually feeling this tension in their shoulders right now. It's like their body is physically holding on to this resistance to their spiritual evolution. The Hermit card is showing me that all of this internal struggle is actually part of a bigger transformation. It's like they're being forced into this cocoon of self-reflection. And even though their ego is fighting it, their soul knows this is exactly what they need. I'm seeing someone close to them. It might be you, holding on to some pretty big secrets. And this is actually helping push them deeper into their own wisdom. It's like the less they know about what's going on with you, the more they're forced to look within for answers. They're at this really critical point where they're starting to understand that true wisdom isn't just about knowing things. It's about feeling them, experiencing them. When they drive alone or when they're just sitting in silence, these profound insights start flowing in. Their guides are showing me that this is just the beginning of a really beautiful transformation where their analytical mind is actually becoming a channel for divine wisdom rather than a barrier to it. And just as I'm seeing their journey from analytical mind to spiritual wisdom unfolding, the Judgment card comes forward so powerfully. This is such a profound moment because it's showing me how all those late night spiritual downloads, all those moments of unexpected wisdom they've been sharing, it's all leading to this massive awakening. You know how sometimes you can feel when someone's right on the edge of a huge breakthrough? That's exactly where they are right now. I'm literally getting chills as I connect with their energy because I can see how your silence has been this incredible catalyst. It's like they've been forced to sit with themselves, really sit with themselves, and all these spiritual gifts they've been pushing down are just bubbling up to the surface. The High Priestess energy is still so strong here, reminding us that your silence continues to be their greatest teacher. They're having these moments, especially between 2 and 4 in the morning, where they're waking up with these incredible spiritual insights that they can't explain with their logical mind. What's really interesting is how they're starting to become this unexpected source of wisdom for other people. Like someone will come to them with a problem, and before their analytical mind can jump in and start overthinking, this pure channeled wisdom just flows through them. I keep seeing this image of their throat chakra lighting up bright blue when this happens. It's like their higher self is literally pushing these messages through before their ego can block them. The King of Swords energy we saw earlier is transforming in such a beautiful way. Instead of using their analytical mind to build walls, they're starting to use it as a tool to understand and process these spiritual downloads they're getting. But there's still this deep fear. I'm feeling it in my chest right now. This fear of being judged if they fully step into this spiritual teacher role that's clearly calling them. I keep seeing them researching spiritual topics late at night, like they're trying to make sense of what's happening to them. And the synchronicities, oh my goodness, they're seeing 333 and 555 everywhere they look. These numbers are huge signs of spiritual awakening and major life changes. Their guides are showing me how they're writing these incredible messages to you that they never send. But each one is actually helping them process their own spiritual growth. The Tower energy is still present, but it's shifted. Now it's about their ego defenses crumbling in this really necessary way. They're starting to understand that vulnerability isn't weakness. It's actually their superpower. I'm seeing them give advice to someone younger, maybe at work or in their family, and being surprised by the wisdom that comes through them. It's like they're learning to trust their intuition even when their logical mind can't make sense of it. Their guides are showing me that this is all part of a bigger plan. They're being prepared for something really important, a role where they'll need both their analytical gifts and this emerging spiritual wisdom. But first, they have to fully accept this transformation. The Judgment card is calling them to stop fighting this awakening and embrace their role as both student and teacher in this spiritual journey. And what's so beautiful about this whole transformation I'm seeing is how your silence has truly been the greatest teacher. The World card is coming through so powerfully right now, showing me this complete cycle of growth they've gone through. I'm literally getting chills as I feel how all those late night moments of spiritual downloads, all that resistance, all that overthinking, it's all been leading to this profound awakening of their true purpose. I keep seeing this image of them standing in front of a mirror, but instead of their physical reflection, they're seeing their higher self, this wise teacher, this spiritual guide they were always meant to become. The amazing thing is they're already starting to embody this energy. Without even realizing it, people are naturally gravitating toward them for advice and the wisdom that flows through them in these moments. It's just pure channeling, beautiful souls. Your guides are showing me that this was always part of the divine plan, using your silence to crack open their analytical mind, to force them to go beyond logic and tap into this incredible spiritual wisdom they've been carrying. All those moments of wanting to reach out but stopping themselves, all those deleted messages, all those drives past meaningful places, it wasn't just obsession. It was their soul orchestrating this massive awakening. I'm being told so clearly right now that some of you watching this are also on the cusp of a similar transformation. If you've been feeling drawn to share your wisdom, but something keeps holding you back, if you're experiencing those 3 a.m. wake-up calls with incredible insights, if people are suddenly seeking your guidance, these are all signs that you're being prepared for a bigger role in the collective awakening. The energy I'm getting is so strong about what's coming next. For those who are deeply resonating with this message, I want you to know that this is just the beginning. If you're feeling called to explore your own spiritual gifts more deeply, to really understand the unique role you play in this divine unfolding, I invite you to join our soul family by subscribing. And for those who need more personalized guidance during this powerful awakening, I'm also available for private readings through Patreon. Together, we can navigate these profound transformations and support each other's spiritual growth. Remember, beautiful souls, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. And sometimes that teacher is the silence that forces us to listen to our own inner wisdom. Trust the divine timing of your awakening. Your guides are right here with you, supporting every step of this beautiful journey.